Hello everybody. Today I'm going to discuss. We'll start Advanced Java, and in Advanced Java, I'm going to cover JDBC, servlets, and JSP. Uh, so first of all, before knowing about JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. Before knowing about JDBC, we need to understand some points. If a front-end application wants to connect with the Oracle database, then the front-end application must use set of functions given by the Oracle. But the problem with the above approach is the front-end application becomes database dependent. Why? Because it is using only Oracle database. And in the above approach, if you want to change to another database, then in the front-end application, we need to do the changes. That means remove the functions given by the Oracle and use the functions given by the new database or other database. In order to overcome the drawbacks of the above approach, that is, in order to make the front-end application as database independent, then a group is formed with professionals with the topmost MNCs called as XOpen group or XOpen community. But the XOpen group created a set of functions where these functions are used by the front-end application, and the implementation of these functions should be provided by the database vendors. The XOpen group named its functions as XOpen CLI, that is call level interface. The database vendors rejected the XOpen group suggestions because the implementation of XOpen functions need a coupler and a low-level coding like a assembly level language. After XOpen group failed, Microsoft formed a new group called as ODBC group. ODBC stands for Open Database Connectivity. The ODBC group suggested a set of functions to make a front-end application as database independent. This API, that is set of functions, is accepted by almost all of the database vendors because ODBC implementation requires C programming with pointers. The ODBC group is success and makes front-end application as database independent. But if a front-end Java application uses ODBC, then we get following two problems. What are these two problems? ODBC implemented in C pointers, but Java does not support pointers. So for Java to ODBC communication, a JNI is used. Java native interface is used. It converts non-pointers into pointers coding and vice versa. This makes the database connectivity very slow. If Java uses ODBC, where Java is platform independent and ODBC is platform dependent, then Java application also becomes a platform dependent. This is violating the principle of Java. So in order to overcome the above drawbacks and to make a Java application as both platform independent as well as database independent, Sun Microsystem released JDBC technology. Now comes here the JDBC. Now what is a JDBC? JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. JDBC is a Java API to connect and execute the query with the database. And JDBC is an API and a specification used to transfer the data between a Java application and a database. JDBC is not a separate platform, it is inbuilt technology of Java. That is, JDBC is a technology which acts as a vehicle to exchange the SQL statements between Java and the database. Sun Microsystem given JDBC technology to two groups of people. Who are those two people? First one is the application writers or the programmers and the driver writers. Who are application writers? For application writers, Sun provided API, and for driver writers, the Sun provided JDBC specifications. The Java programmers use JDBC API, and this API contains following two packages. What are these two packages? Java.sql and javax.sql. And next is the who are the driver writers? Driver writers will provide the implementation by the interfaces given by the following set of rules and suggestions. And JDBC is not a separate programming language or not a software and not an operating system. JDBC is a technology that belongs to J2SE module, and it is the inbuilt technology of JDK software. Now, what is a JDBC driver? A JDBC driver is a software program that acts as a mediator between Java application and the database. And JDBC driver contains implementations for the interfaces by following the rules and suggestions. While creating the JDBC drivers, the vendor comprises the vendor may use totally Java coding or may use partially Java coding and partially native coding. If a driver is 100% implemented in Java programming, only then we call it as a pure Java driver. If a driver is implemented partially using Java coding and partially using native languages like C and C++, then we call it as a partial Java driver. In JDBC, the drivers are given by the following three people, that is database vendors, third-party vendors, and Sun Microsystems. If a database company is only providing JDBC driver, then we call that driver as a database vendor driver. And Oracle has provided one partial driver called OCI and one pure driver called thin driver for connecting from Java program to Oracle database. And we call these drivers as database vendor drivers. If a JDBC driver is provided by another company for communicating a Java program with a database, then we call that as a driver third-party vendor. A company has created a JDBC driver for communicating from Java to Oracle database. This driver we call it as a third-party vendor drivers. And Sun Microsystems provided a driver for testing whether a Java program is accessing the database or not. So this Sun provided by driver is only for testing purpose, but it is not suitable for real-time environment. This is a type 1 driver. Now we'll see there are four types of JDBC drivers. First one is the JDBC ODBC bridge driver. Second one is the native API partially Java driver. Third one is the net protocol pure Java driver. And fourth is the native protocol pure Java driver. Here type 1 and type 2 drivers are partial Java drivers. And type 3, whereas type 3 and type 4 drivers are called pure Java drivers. And type 1 driver is the slowest driver among all the types, and type 4 driver is the fastest driver. Type 1 and type 3 drivers are the database independent, and type 2 and type 4 drivers are database dependent. Now I'll explain each driver one by one. First is the JDBC ODBC bridge driver. This driver converts the JDBC calls into ODBC calls while connecting with the database. This driver converts non-pointer programming into pointer programming. And this type 1 driver is given by Sun Microsystems, and it automatically comes along with the software, JDK software. And this type 1 driver directly does not connect with the database. Instead, it connects with the ODBC first, and ODBC driver connects with the database. So this type 1 driver connects with the ODBC driver, and then the ODBC driver connects with the database. And type 1 driver is converting first the JDBC API into ODBC, and so it is called as a bridge driver. And This type 1 driver internally uses a ODBC driver to the database to connect with the database. So we call type 1 driver as database independent driver. What are the advantages of type 1 driver? Type 1 driver automatically installed along with JDK software. So we do not require any separate software installation into our system. And this driver can be used to connect with any database that supports ODBC. And this driver can connect with multiple databases because it internally uses ODBC. But what are the disadvantages or drawbacks of type 1 driver? Type 1 driver is the slowest driver because of conversion. And this driver is not portable driver because it is database independent but platform dependent. This driver is not suitable for real-time application. So, what is the next driver? Next driver is the, excuse me, next driver is the type 2 driver. What is a type 2 driver? Type 2 driver is a native driver or native API driver. So, native API partially Java driver is a partial Java driver. That is, the driver program is partially written in Java and partially written in native languages like C and C++, and it does not use ODBC driver direct. That is, it connects directly with the database. So, type 2 driver is faster than type 1 driver. And this type of JDBC driver converts JDBC API into native API of the database in order to communicate from Java to the database. And this type 2 drivers are database dependent because the driver internally uses the native API of the database. And the native API of the Oracle is called OCI, Oracle Call Interface. And the driver uses the OCI for connecting with the Oracle database. So the same driver cannot be used for connecting with another database. That is, for each database, separate drivers are required. And this type 2 driver directly establishes a connection with the database. It means it doesn't use any other mediator driver to open the connection with the database. And what are the advantages of this type 2 driver? Type 2 driver is comparatively faster than type 1 driver. What are the disadvantages? Type 2 driver is database dependent and also platform dependent since it is partly Java driver. And type 2 drivers are non-portable drivers. And type 2 driver is not suitable for real-time applications. And this does not come along with the JDK software. What is the third one? Oracle OCI driver. What is Oracle OCI driver? Oracle database vendor has given a native driver for connecting the Java and Oracle database called as Oracle OCI driver. And this OCI driver uses the Java API and C programming API for connecting Java and the Oracle database. And the Oracle database vendor has provided two drivers for connecting Java to Oracle database. One is the OCI driver or type 2 driver and the thin driver or the type 4 driver. Then what is the third one? Network protocol driver. What is this network protocol driver? And okay, third one is the network protocol driver. Fourth one is the thin driver. So, what is a type 4 driver. Type 4 driver is a native protocol pure Java driver. That is, own protocol of Oracle is a two-task common protocol. This driver directly connects the Java program to the database. This driver uses native protocol of the database in order to connect a Java program with a database. This driver is direct communication to the database and it does not convert the JDBC calls into any other type of the calls. And this driver uses the IP address of the database system and port number of database server to connect to the database. And the protocols are different from one database to another database, so that driver will also be different. And this driver, that is type 4 driver, is 100% written in Java. So this driver is a platform independent driver. And what are the advantages of this type 4 driver? This driver is the fastest driver among all the JDBC drivers. And this driver is suitable for interact based applications, and this driver is a portable driver because it is platform independent, and this driver can be used to connect with a database available anywhere in the globe across the network. And this driver is suitable for production environment, that is real time applications. That is, for real time applications we use only type 4 driver. And what are the disadvantages of this type 4 driver? This driver is database dependent driver. And what is the next one? Type, okay, I didn't discuss about type 3 driver. What is a type 3 driver? Okay, type 3 driver is a network protocol driver. Okay, now I'll discuss about so by the help of JDBC API, we can save, update, delete, and fetch data from the database. It is like a open database connectivity provided by Microsoft. And Java.sql package contains the classes and interfaces for JDBC API. And here are the list of popular interfaces of JDBC API. What are those? The first one is the driver interface. Second one is the connection interface. And we have third one statement interface. Fourth one is the prepared statement interface. And fifth one is the callable statement interface. And sixth one is the result set interface. Seventh one is the result set metadata interface. And eighth one is the database metadata interface. And ninth one is the rosette interface. So total we are having 9 interfaces in the java.sql package. And list of popular classes of JDBC API are driver manager class, blog class, clog class, and types class. Now, before JDBC, ODBC API was the database API to connect and execute the query with the database. But as I discussed just now, ODBC API uses the ODBC driver, which is written in the C language. That is, it is platform dependent and unsecured. Why? Because it uses pointers. That is why Java has defined its own API, that is JDBC API, that uses JDBC drivers written in Java language. So what is the use of this JDBC API? We can use JDBC API to handle the database using Java program and can perform the following activities. What are the activities we perform with the JDBC API? We can connect to the database, we can execute the queries and update the statements to the database and retrieve the result received from the database. Now I discussed about these drivers. Um, and type 3 driver is a network protocol driver. See, this network protocol driver uses middleware, that is application server, that converts JDBC calls directly or indirectly into vendor specific database protocol. It is fully written in Java. So what are the advantages of type 3 driver? For type 3 driver, no client side library is required because of application server that can perform many tasks like auditing, load balancing, logging, etc. And what are the disadvantages of type 3 driver? The network support is required on the client machine and requires database specific coding to be done in the middle tier, and maintenance of network protocol driver becomes costly. That is, type 3 driver is costly. Why? Because it requires database specific coding to be done in the middle tier. And this type 4 driver I discussed already. Now what is Java database connectivity? There are 5 steps to connect any Java application with the database. That is, how do you connect Java application with the database using JDBC driver? And what are the steps required? There are 5 steps. The first step is register the driver class. Second step is create connection. Third step is create statement. Fourth step is execute queries. Fifth step is close the connection. Now, how do you register the driver class? You can register the driver class using the name method of the class. And, this name method of the class is used to register the driver class. This method is used to dynamically load the driver class. And Java program is loading Oracle driver. For example, if you use a Oracle driver to establish a database connection, then this is the syntax for registering the driver class. That is class.forName method is used here. Class.forName of oracle.jdbc.driver.oracle driver. This is the driver which is used here, Oracle driver. Next is create the connection. How do you create the connection? Using get connection method. The get connection method of driver manager class is used to establish connection with the database. Now what is the syntax for that? Connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection. This get connection method is available in driver manager. And inside get connection you should pass the URL, username and the password. What is the URL? This JDBC colon for Oracle driver. This is the URL. JDBC colon Oracle colon thin colon @localhost colon 1521. This 1521 is the port number for Oracle. Colon XC is the data source name. And system is the username and this is the password. And the third step is create the statement object. How do you create the statement object? Using create statement method. So the create statement method of connection interface is used to create the statement. The object of statement is responsible to execute queries with the database. So syntax for creating the statement object is statement stmt, that is statement object is equal to con.create statement. And the fourth step is execute the query. The execute query method of statement interface is used to execute queries in the database. And this method returns the object of result set that can be used to get all the records of a table. So syntax for executing the query is result set rs is equal to statement dot execute query of write the query inside this, that is select start from EMP. Then while the rs dot next begin system.out.println rs.getInt of 1 means the first this is the first column in the this EMP table. This is the first parameter. And rs dot get string of 2 means second parameter of the EMP table. Next, close the connection object. Last step is closing the connection object. By closing the connection object, statement and result set will be closed automatically. So the close method of connection interface is used to close the connection, and syntax for closing the connection is con.close. So these are the 5 steps which are used to which are used for Java application to connect with the database. Now, how do you Java connect with MySQL? Java database connectivity with MySQL. To connect Java application with MySQL database, we need following 5 steps again, same steps. Here in this example, we are using MySQL as the database. So we need to know the driver of the MySQL. That is the driver class of MySQL database is com.mysql.jdbc.driver. And what is the URL of the MySQL database? URL is jdbc colon mysql colon localhost colon 3306 is the port number for MySQL. And this is the database name. Sono is the database name. And we may use any database. In such case, we need to replace the Sono with our database name. And username, the default username for MySQL database is root, and password is given by the user at the time of installing the MySQL database. And here we are going to use root as the password. So I'll stop here. I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody. In this class I'm going to discuss about driver manager. Now, what is a driver manager? The driver manager class acts as an interface between user and the drivers. It keeps track of the drivers that are available and handles the establishing the connection between database and the appropriate driver. And the driver manager class maintains a list of driver classes that have registered themselves by calling the method driver manager.registerDriver. And the next one is the connection interface. A connection is the session between the Java application and database. Connection interface is the factory of the statement, get statement, and database metadata. That is, the object of connection can be used to get the object of statement and database metadata. I'll discuss about this database metadata in the later videos. The connection interface provide many methods for transaction management like commit, rollback, etc. Statement interface. Now, what is the statement interface? The statement interface provides methods to execute queries with the database. The statement interface is a factory of the result set. That is, it provides factory method to get object of the result set. Now, connection is an interface. So con is a reference, points to an implemented object. Whenever we call get connection, it internally calls connect method on the driver class object, and the connect returns an object of the class implemented from the connection interface. Get connection stores the result of connect in connection reference and returns that reference back to the Java application. While creation of JDBC applications in Java, we use interface references in the program rather than the direct class names. Why? Because the implementation classes are given by the driver vendors and these class names are unknown to the Java programmers. In JDBC, the above mechanism is called as callback mechanism. And when we use Oracle driver to get the connection with the Oracle database, then Oracle connection class object is created and given it to the get connection. And the get connection stores it in the connection reference and returns it to the Java program. That is, each JDBC driver class either directly or indirectly implements the driver interface. And what are the interfaces we are having in java.sql package? We have connection interface, driver interface, statement interface, get statement interface, callable statement interface, and result set interface. and also result set metadata interface, database metadata interface, and parameter metadata interface, and save point. And what are the classes we are having in java.sql package? We have driver manager, date, time, timestamp, and types, blog, clog, etc. And what are the exceptions we are having? SQL exception, SQL warning, data truncation, batch update exception, etc. And while selecting the data from a table, we will get one or more records from the database. And in order to store these records, we need a result set object. And result set object is a temporary object. Because whenever con is closed, then automatically result set also gets closed. And when the data is stored in result set object, the result set reference acts like a cursor, and initially that cursor points at before the first record. If we want to read the data from the result set object, then we need to move the cursor to one by one records. To move the cursor to the next record one by one, we need to use the next method. The next method returns the boolean, and it returns true if the next record is available in the result set, otherwise returns false. And if we want to read the data from the result set object, then we need to call the getXX method, like getInt, getString, getDate, getDouble, etc. And if we don't know the data type of a value, then we can use common method as getString. And the memory for the JDBC objects like connection, statement, result set, etc. are allocated in database server but not in the local JVM. That and by for selecting the data from a table, we use either execute method or execute query method. So this is about the these interfaces. And next is we'll discuss about result set interface. What is a result set interface? By default, result set object is a non-scrollable. That is, we can move the cursor from first to last record, top to bottom also. And the object of the result set maintains a cursor pointing to a row of a table. Initially, cursor points before the first row, but we can make this object to move forward and backward direction by passing either type scroll insensitive or type scroll sensitive in the create statement method. As well as we can make this object as updatable by statement stmt equal to con.create statement dot result set dot type scroll insensitive comma result set dot conquer updatable. So this is about result set interface. And result sets are of two types, non-scrollable result set and scrollable result set. And scrollable result sets are again divided into sensitive scrollable result sets and insensitive scrollable result set. So this is about result set. Next is the prepared statement interface. Now, what is a prepared statement? The prepared statement interface is a sub-interface of the statement, and it is used to execute parameterized query. Excuse me. The prepared statement interface is a sub-interface of statement. It is used to execute parameterized query, and the performance of the application will be faster if you use the prepared statement interface. Why? Because query is compiled only once. That is, a prepared statement is an interface given in java.sql package, and it is extended from a statement interface. And what are the three types of statements we are having in JDBC? We have statement interface, prepared statement interface, and callable statement interface. And this prepared statement interface is extended from the statement interface, and callable statement interface is extended from the prepared statement interface. Now we'll see what are the differences between statement interface and prepared statement interface. Statement interface does not support blog or clog data types of the database, so that we cannot insert a picture into the database. That is, In order to insert a picture into the database, we cannot use a statement interface. We cannot use a statement interface. We should go for prepared statement interface. That is, prepared statement interface supports the blob and clog types of columns. So we can insert pictures into a table using this prepared statement interface. And statement interface does not allow question mark symbol in an SQL command. So if you want to insert dynamic values, then we need to write a complex SQL command. So statement interface cannot be used to write a dynamic SQL commands. Why? Because that is, if you want to write dynamic SQL commands, we need to use a complex SQL command. So it is better to go for prepared statement interface. Why? Because prepared statement allows question mark symbol in SQL command so that we can insert the dynamic values into the database by, by a simple command. And statement interface compiles an SQL command every time before it is going to execute before it is going to execute. So statement interface compiles an SQL command every time. That is, each time before it is going to execute, every time we need to compile the SQL command, compile the statement SQL command and statement interface. Whereas in prepared statement compiles an SQL command for only one time, that is for only once. That is, compilation in prepared statement takes place only once, and then it can be executed for any number of times. So that the statement interface in statement interface the execution is very slow, whereas in the prepared statement interface the execution is faster than the statement interface. So this is about the difference between statement and prepared statement interface. Uh, so we'll see one example here. This is a program for how to get connectivity with the Java application with the database. We use 5 steps as I explained earlier. We are using 5 steps here. What are those 5 steps? First, we need to register the class. How do you register the class? Using class.forName. This is the driver name, that is com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. Here I am using MySQL database. That is why I had taken the MySQL driver here. First step is registering for the driver class. And next, second step is establishing a connection. How do you establish a connection? Using connection interface. Connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection of URL. What is the URL for MySQL? JDBC colon MySQL colon localhost colon 3306 is the port number for MySQL. Slash JDBC is the database name. And here I had taken the database name as JDBC, username as JDBC, and password name also JDBC. The third step is create the statement object. Third step, how do you create statement object? Statement stmt equal to con.create statement. And fourth step is execute the queries. How do you execute the queries? Using result set object. Result set rs equal to statement.execute query of select star from EMP. So in order to retrieve the records from EMP using select query, first we need to create a table for EMP in the MySQL database. This is the MySQL workbench I am using here. And what I did here, first I created one database JDBC. Then I had created one table here. This is the query to create a table. Create table EMP of ID int11, primary key auto increment, and ename is varchar of 50, age is int 3. Then I had inserted one value here, insert into EMP, ename and age. Since ID is auto increment, I no need to insert the ID here. I had taken only ename and age. That is, whatever columns you take here, only those values should be written here. Name is Scott and his age is 45. And now, so that I can run this query, select start from EMP. Now, while rs.next, system rs.next means if any next record is available. It is checking the condition any next record is available. Then system.out.println rs.getInt of 1 means ID will be retrieved. plus rs dot get string of 2 name will be retrieved plus rs dot get int of 3 age will be retrieved. Then the last step is connection, close the connection object, count dot close. Now when I run this program, see when I run this program, whatever record I inserted in the database that is retrieved here. ID's name is Scott and his age is 45. And this is about connectivity with the MySQL database. And next we'll see the statement interface. What is a statement interface? First import java.sql.start, then public class statement interface. Always the control starts from the main method. First is registering the driver class, class.for name of driver name of MySQL is com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. Then establish a connection object, connection con equal to driver manager.get connection, URL, comma, username, comma, password. Then create a statement object, statement stmt equal to con.create statement. Then int result equal to statement dot execute update. Here I am using execute update method of the statement interface. So what is the query I am running here? Delete from EMP where ID equal to 1. I am performing a delete query here. So now when I run this program, what happens now? The record which I inserted in the previous program that will be deleted. So one record is affected. Now if you go back to this MySQL and if you write a select query and check here whether record is deleted or not, then you can see that there are no records here because there was only one record inserted and that is deleted. Okay. So this is about the statement interface. And next is the prepared statement. What is a prepared statement? Here also import java.sql.start public class prepared statement begin. Always the control starts from the main method. Here I am using a try catch block. We can write the code inside the try block. Then first registering for the driver class, class.forName. This is the driver for MySQL, com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. Then establish connection object, connection con equal to driver manager.get connection, URL, comma, it should pass three parameters here, URL, comma, username, comma, password. Then java.sql.prepared statements, I'm creating an object for prepared statement. stmt equal to con.prepared statement. I'm running the query as insert into EMP values. What are the two values I need to, since ID is auto increment, no need to insert ID. We need to insert the name and age here. Since there are two values to be inserted, I'm using two question marks. Then statement dot set string. We need to set the values. So that is why statement dot set string. First is the name. Since it is a name, we should use set string method. 1 comma tiger. This one specifies the first parameter in the query. And then statement dot set int is the, since the age is the integer, I am using set int method. And 2 specifies the second parameter in the query. 2 comma age is 58. Then int I equal to statement dot execute update. Then system dot out of println I records are inserted. So how many records are inserted will be displayed. So now I will run this query, I run this program. So what is the result you will get? Column count does not, okay, one exception is coming here. Column count does not match value counted for one. So actually this is the second parameter and this is the third parameter. We will run and see. what happens? Okay. So if you get any exception, you can copy this exception and type in the Google and see. If you get any exception, you just copy that exception and paste it in the Google, and you can see that. So what is the error you are getting? Okay, if you get any such exceptions, you can just copy and paste it in the Google, and you can search for the error. Okay, so I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody. Today I'm going to discuss more about result set interface. Mm, uh, what is a result set? In the this result set interface is of three types. That is scrollable result set and updatable result set. And this scrollable result set is again divided into two types: scroll sensitive and type scroll insensitive. What is a scrollable result set? In JDBC, the result sets are divided into two types: non-scrollable result set and a scrollable result set. And we got non-scrollable result set allows to move the cursor only in the forward direction, that is from top to bottom. Non-scrollable result set allows to move the cursor only in the forward direction, that is from top to bottom. And whereas scrollable result set allows to move the cursor in all the directions, that is forward, backward, and random. And if we want to convert non-scrollable result set to a scrollable result set, then we need to pass two parameters called type and mode and creating the statement object. Both type and mode values are called the result set constants. And that is callable statement CSTMT equal to con dot prepare call of SQL command comma type comma mode. Statement stmt equal to con dot create statement param1 comma param2, where param1 is the type and param2 is the mode. Now param1 type are nothing but result set dot type underscore scroll underscore sensitive, result set dot type underscore scroll underscore insensitive, and third one is result set dot type underscore forward only. Whereas param2 mode is written as result set dot conquer read only and result set dot conquer updatable. Now we'll see the difference between sensitive and insensitive result set. Both sensitive and insensitive result set will load the data from the database, but the difference occurs in loading the data. That is, in the case of sensitive result set, if any modifications are done on the data at the database side, then automatically changes are updated or affected on the result set also. Whereas in the case of insensitive result set, the changes done at the database side are not reflected into the result set. And scrollable result set are again divided into two types: sensitive and insensitive. And what is the difference between read only and updatable mode? In case of read only, the result set does not allow to do modifications on the data. Whereas in the case of updatable mode, it is possible to do both reading and also updating the data stored in the result set object. And so this is about the result sets. And next, what are updatable result sets? Updatable result set means the changes are done on the result set and automatically those changes are affected on the database. In updatable result set, there is no difference between sensitive and insensitive types. The result set may be sensitive or insensitive, but if we do changes on the result set, then automatically the changes are affected on the database table. In order to make changes on the result set, we need to open the result set in the updatable mode. And, and the next one is so now next we'll see this result set metadata. What is this metadata? Metadata interfaces in JDBC. That is, data about data is known as metadata. In JDBC, we have the following three metadata interfaces. What are the three metadata interfaces we are having in JDBC? I discussed in the earlier videos, that is result set metadata, database metadata, and parameter metadata. In the above three interfaces, for the result set metadata and database metadata interfaces are given in JDBC 1.0, but the parameter metadata is given in JDBC 3.0. Now, what is result set metadata? Result set metadata interface is used to get the data about data stored in the result set object. By using this interface, we can find the column count, column type name, column name, and their sizes, etc. In order to get result set metadata object, we need to call get metadata method given by the result set. That is, what is the syntax for this result set metadata? Result set rs equal to statement.execute query, and you write the query inside that method. Then result set metadata rsend equal to rs dot get metadata. Then int count equal to rs. Okay, I will explain this in the program. Now so data about data is known as metadata. That is, we can get further information about the data. And if you have to get the metadata of a table like total number of column name, column type, then you should use the result set metadata interface. Next is the database metadata. Database metadata interface provides methods to get metadata of a database, such as database product name, database product version, driver name, name of total number of tables, name of total number of views, etc. That is, using database metadata, you get information about the database. That is, database metadata interface is used to find the data about database and data about the driver also. If we want to find out the metadata related to the driver and database, then first connection with the database must be opened. And in order to get database metadata object, we need to call get metadata method given by the connection interface. Then what is the next one? Parameter metadata. Third one is the parameter metadata. And this interface is newly given in java.sql package in JDBC 3.0. It is used to find the types and properties of parameters used in the prepared statement or callable statement. And we cannot use the parameter metadata for statement interface because statement interface does not support parameters. What is a parameter? The question marks which we are using in the prepared statement inside the query are known as parameters. And in order to get parameter metadata, we need to call a method get parameter metadata on either prepared statement or callable statement object. And by using parameter metadata, we can find the parameter count, parameter types, and parameter modes. So, and the next one is the how to store an image. You can store images in the database in Java with the help of prepared statement interface. And the set binary stream method of the prepared statement is used to set the binary information into parameter handles. That means while inserting a picture in the database, the image itself will not be stored in the database. Instead, its binary data will be inserted in the database. That is, in order to store an image uh, in a column of a table or a database, the column type of the table must be blog, that is binary large object, or CLOG, character large object. blog type allows a maximum of 4 kilobytes of binary data. And if an image size exceeds 4 kilobytes, then rather than storing the image path will be stored in the database table. And if you want to insert a picture in the database table, then we read the file object and the file input stream object. So how do you store the image into the database? By reading the file input stream object. And file object is used to find the length of the file, that is size of the file. And file input stream object is used to read the data from the file. And in order to set binary data into question mark symbol place, then we need to call the method set binary string. Okay, so this is about storing the image. Now, how do you retrieve the image? That is, while selecting a picture from the table, we will get a binary stream of data and it will be stored in the result set object. In order to read the binary data from the result set object, we need a method called get binary stream. And we need to store the binary data in an input stream object. And then we need to write the binary data into an image file by using file output stream. Now, while reading the binary data from an input stream object, if we want to check whether we reached the endpoint or not, then we need to check with the value -1. After writing is completed, if we open the new image, then it will look like same as the previously inserted image only. That is, so what is the conclusion? With the help of prepared statement, we can retrieve and store the image in the database. And the get blog method of prepared statement is used to get the binary information. That is, it returns the instance of blog. So we'll see some examples here. We'll see what is database metadata. So first you need to import java.sql.start in public class database metadata. Always the control starts from the main method. First you need to insert the try block. I'm writing the code here. First you need to register for the driver class, that is class.funname of MySQL driver. What is the MySQL driver? com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. Then create a connection object, connection con equal to driver manager.get connection. Then you should pass 3 parameters inside this get connection. First one is the URL, second one is the username, third one is the password. Then database metadata dbmd equal to con.get metadata. Then what is this database metadata? It gives information about the database. That is, what is that information? System.out.println. What is the driver name? That is dbmd.get driver name. Get driver version, get username, then get database product name, and get database product version. These are the information of the database. So when you run this program, so you get the information about the database. What is the driver name? What is the database you are using? We are using MySQL database and the driver name is MySQL connector J. And the driver version is MySQL connector Java 8.0.23. Username is JDBC at the rate localhost and database product name is MySQL and database product version is 8.0.21. So this is about database metadata. Next is the result set metadata. Now here also first import java.sql.star and public class result set metadata. Always the control starts from the main method inside the try block. First register for the driver class.forName. And this is the driver for the MySQL. Then create a connection object, connection con equal to driver manager.getConnection. Three parameters are passed here, URL, username, password. Then create an object for prepared statement. Prepared statement ps equal to con.prepared statement and write a query here. Select start from AMP. Then result set rs equal to ps.execute query. Create an object for result set. Then result set metadata rsend equal to rs.get metadata. So what is this result set metadata? It gives information about the prepared statement tables. It gives information about the prepared statement. That is system.out.println total columns. In this table EMP rsnd.get column count and get the column name of first parameter and get the column type name. So before running this program, you should verify or check whether this table contains any data or not. So go to MySQL and just run this query. Select start from EMP. There is no data, so we cannot run that program. First insert some data into that. So I'm inserting into EMP in values quart and 45. I'm running this query. Then after inserting, go back to this program and run this program. So once I run this program, what is the output I get here? What is the column count? So total columns are 3. That is ID, name and age. And column name of first one is the ID. Column type of ID is integer. So this is about result set metadata. Then how to store an image? How do you store an image? Import java.sql.star. Public class store image. Control starts from the main method. First register for the driver class. Class.forName. This is the MySQL driver. Then create a connection object. Connection con equal to driver manager.getConnection. Pass 3 parameters. URL, username, password. Then create an object for the prepared statement. Prepared statement ps is equal to con.prepared statement. Write the query. Insert into image. Here image is the table name which I created in the MySQL. I had created a table, create table image. Two columns I have created here in the image table. Name, varchar of 50 and photo is B1. My image is the photo here. Then insert into image value. Since there are two columns, we need to give two parameters here, question mark. Then first ps.set string. First parameter, you set the name as Sonu. Then file input stream fn equal to new file input stream of. Then here in the D drive I'm having an image. That image you need to store in the database. So how do you store that? Using set binary string. ps.set binary string 2 comma fn dot available. If file input stream is available, then store this image in the database. Then int I equal to ps.execute update. Then system.out.println records affected. So once you run this program, the following image will be inserted into the database. Here we are getting some exception here. For photo, you need to Data is too long for column 4 to row 1. Okay, if you get any exceptions, you just copy this error or an exception and paste it in the Google and you can check that. And similarly, uh, you can see for how to retrieve the image. How do you retrieve the image? Here also first register for the driver class using com dot for name of MySQL driver. Then create an object for connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection. Pass three parameters here: URL, username, and password. Then create an object for prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement. Select start from an image. Then create an object for result set rs equal to ps dot execute query. Then if any records are there, it is checking the condition if any records are there in this table image. That is if rs dot next. Then blog, create an object for blog b equal to rs dot get blog of 2. That is get the second column data. And byte bra equal to b dot get bytes of 1 comma integer of b dot length. Here 1 means first image. Get bytes of 1 means first image. You are getting the length of that image and storing in this array, B array. Then file output stream f out equal to new file output stream of the image which is stored in the D drive. That is whatever image is there in this table that is stored back into this D drive. You are retrieving into the D drive. F out dot write of B array and f out dot close. So this is how to retrieve an image. So I'll stop here and I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, today I'm going to discuss about callable statement. Callable statement interface is used to call the stored procedures and functions. And this callable statement is an interface given in the java.sql package and it is extended from the prepared statement interface. And the difference between prepared statement and callable statement is that in case of prepared statement, we cannot use it to call the procedures and functions of the database. But in case of callable statement, we can call both procedures and functions, and also we can execute the SQL commands on the database. For callable statement, we have two syntaxes, one for executing the SQL command and the other for calling the procedure or function of the database. And see, we have a business logic on the database by the use of stored procedures and functions that will make the performance better because these are pre-compiled. Suppose you need to get the age of an employee based on the date of birth, then you may create a function that receives date as the input and returns age of the employee as output. So this is about callable statement. And next is the transaction management. What is a transaction management in JDBC? A transaction is a group of operations made as a unit and produces a single outcome called either success or failure. A transaction becomes success if all the operations of the transaction are success. And a transaction becomes failed if at least one operation is also failed in that group. So in a group of operations within a transaction, if one operation is failed, then all the operations in the group are cancelled and the transaction becomes failed. This transaction represents even if one operation is failed in transaction, then all the operations in the transaction in that group are failed. Transaction represents a single unit of work. And the ACID properties that is describes the transaction management. ACID stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. Atomicity means either all successful or none. Consistency ensures bringing the database from one consistent state to another consistent state. And isolation ensures that transaction is isolated from other transaction. And durability means once a transaction has been committed, it will remain so even in the event of errors, power loss, etc. Now, what is the advantage of transaction management? Fast performance. It makes the performance fast because database is hit at the time of commit. And next one is the that is each transaction follows the principle called all or nothing. And these transactions are of two types: local transaction and distributed transaction. Local transaction means all the operations in the transactions are executing against a single database. Distribution transaction means the operations in a transaction are executing against multiple databases. And JDBC technology supports the local transactions, whereas EJB and technology and Spring Framework both support the local and distributed transactions. And next one is the batch processing. So, what do you mean by batch processing? When executing the operations, that is DML operations. What do you mean by DML operations? Data manipulation operations on database from a JDBC program, then the commands are one by one transferred from the Java program to the database and executed. This increases the number of round trips between the Java program and the database so that the performance will be decreased. So, in order to overcome the above problem in JDBC, we got a new feature called batch processing. In batch processing, the group of DML operations are at a time transferred onto the database and executed, so that the number of round trips between the Java application and the database are reduced, and the performance also gets increased. In batch processing, only insert, update, and delete operations are allowed. And in order to perform the batch processing, the statement interface provides two methods. It is a void add batch of SQL command and int array of execute batch. And in batch processing, if one command is failed in the middle, the previous commands are not cancelled. Whereas, what is the difference between batch processing and transaction management? In batch processing, if one command is failed in the middle, the previous commands are not cancelled. Whereas in transaction management, even if one command fails, then all the other commands are also failed. That is, while executing the batch, if any error occurred in the middle, then before operations are executed and after operations are cancelled, and an exception is thrown called batch update exception to the programmer. And in batch processing, no need to pass type and mode parameters. Batch processing can be combined with transaction management. That is, batch processing. In batch processing, instead of executing single query, we can execute batch or group of queries so that it makes the performance fast. And this java.sql.statement and java.sql.prepared statement interfaces provides methods for batch processing. So what is the advantage of batch processing? Fast performance. And next is the row set. Now what do you mean by row set? The instance of the row set is the Java bean component because it has properties and Java bean notification mechanism. It is introduced since JDK 5. And it is the wrapper of result set. It holds tabular data like result set, but it is easy and flexible to use. So what are the implementation classes present in the row set interface? We have JDBC rosette, caged rosette, web rosette, join rosette, and filtered rosette. So before this, we need to understand some points here. Uh, in JDBC 1 and 2.0, it is possible to work with one result set at a time, whereas in JDBC 3.0, we got new feature that we can get multiple result sets also. And the multiple result sets may be of scrollable or non-scrollable type. So this is about result set. And what is a row set interface? Row set is an interface extended from the result set interface. And this row set interface is given in Java X.SQL package. And this row set interface has all the benefits of result set and it has some additional features. So we'll see now what are the differences between result set interface and row set interface. A result set object is not a serialized object. That is, we cannot transfer it across the network from one application to another application. Whereas row set is a serialized object so that we can transfer it across network from one application to another. And second difference is by default result set is non-scrollable, but we can convert it into scrollable. Whereas the row set is by default scrollable, so no need to convert. And third difference is result set performance is slow, whereas row set performance is fast. And result set works only in the connected approach, whereas row set works in both connected and disconnected approach also. And if any changes made in the result set interface, it affects or approaches in the database table also. It affects the database table also. Whereas if any modifications made in the row set, it may or may not affect the database table. And in disconnected mode, the database is not affected even if the changes are done in the row set. And result set does not support event handling, whereas row set supports event handling. And result set interface is given in java.sql package, whereas row set interface is given in java x.sql package. And result set interface is given by Sun and classes or implementation given by vendor, whereas row set interface and implementations are given by Sun. So this is about the row set interface. We'll see some examples here. So first we'll see this transaction management. What is transaction management? First import java.sql.start. Public class transaction management. Always control starts from the main method. First register the driver class, that is class.furname. This is the driver of MySQL. Then create a connection object, connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection, and pass three parameters, URL, username, password. Then con dot set auto commit to false. Then create an object for statement. Statement stmt equal to con dot create statement. Then statement dot execute update. So what is transaction management? That is multiple operations can be performed. That is, first operation is insert into user 420 values 190 comma abhi comma 40,000. This is the ID, this is the name, and 40,000 is the salary. And again statement dot execute update insert into user 420 values 191 comma umesh comma 50,000 is the salary. Then con dot commit con dot close. So before running this program, you need to check whether there is a table of whether you created a table for user 420 or not. So go to MySQL and create a table for here. This is the table. Create table user 420 ID int 11 of primary key, name is varchar of 50 and salary is 86. So I had created the table. Now how do you insert values using transaction management? So when I run this program, so what will be the output here? So you check whether the values are inserted or not. How do you check? You run the query in MySQL here. Select star from user 420. Okay, this table is already existing. So I use another table 421. I created the table. Then go here and change the table name here. Save this program and run this program again. After running this program, go and check here whether change the table name here 21 and check whether the values are inserted or not. I think some problem is there here. Here, see the values are inserted here. So the transaction management has worked here. This is about transaction management. Next is the batch processing. So what is batch processing here? First import java.sql.start. Public class batch processing. Always control starts from the main method. First register for the driver class. Class.filename. This is the MySQL driver. Then establish a connection object. Connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection. Pass three parameters. That is URL, comma username, comma password. Then con dot set auto commit to false. Then create a statement object. Statement stmp equal to con dot create statement. Then statement dot add batch. Insert into user 420 values. Here I'm using one more table here 422. You insert the values. The ID is 190, name is Abhi, and 40,000 is salary. ID is 191, Anish is the name, and 50,000 is the salary. And statement dot execute batch. So what happens here? Before inserting, you create the table for this. Create the table 422. Then run this program. First run this program, then Okay, after running this program, go to MySQL and run this query. So these values are inserted. This is about batch process. Next is the callable statement. Now, what is callable statement? See here, first import Java dot in callable statement. You need to execute two things here. You need to call a procedure and also you need to execute a query. So first, you need to create a procedure first. How do you create a procedure? Create procedure exp4 in eid is the integer, out exp is the integer, exp is the experience. Then begin. Select the state minus higher date by 365 as experience from employee where e number equal to eid. Before that, first you create a table for the employee. Create table employee e number integer 11 primary key and higher date. So what is employee table consists of? Your employee table consists of ID and the higher date. Higher date is your joining date. And what I am doing here, I am finding the experience of the particular employee. How do you find the experience of the particular employee? Sysdate is the current date. So subtract your higher date from the sysdate and divide by 365. You get the experience of a particular employee. So this is how you create a procedure. Then call the procedure here. Call of exp4 2. 2 is the ID and this is the output. In the place of output, you should write @ here and run the procedure. After running the procedure, go back to Eclipse and first register for the driver using class.forName of MySQL driver name. Create a connection object, connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection. Pass three parameters, URL, username, password. Then create a object for callable statement. Callable statement cstmt equal to con.prepare call. Here you call the procedure first. Here you call the procedure. What is the procedure name is exp4. Procedure is exp4. So what I am doing here, scanner is equal to new scanner of system.in. What does this scanner do? Scanner will accept or read the input from the user. Then system.out.println enter the employee number. It is asking for the employee number. Then int e number equal to s dot next int. It will store in e number. Then cstmt dot set int of first parameter as e number. cstmt dot register out parameter second comma types dot integer. Then cstmt dot execute. Then int k equal to cstmt dot get int. The second parameter is the experience. And so your experience is printed here. Experience is k. So this is the program for callable statement. Now what is a row set? Row set is nothing but public class. First you need to import java.sql.connection in public class row set. Control starts from the main method. First register for driver class, that is class.forName. Use the MySQL driver here. Then create and executing row set. That is first create an object for JDBC row set. Row set is equal to row set provider dot new factory dot create JDBC row set. Then row set dot set URL. This is the URL of the MySQL and set username JDBC. Password is JDBC. Then roset dot set command. Which command I am passing here? Select start from user 420. Then roset dot execute. Then while roset dot next, that is this table name is having any records. Check for the condition. If the table name is having any records, then if it has the records, then print those records. ID, name, and salary. So if I run this program, So your ID, name and salary will be printed here. So I'll stop here. I'll continue in the next class. Hello everybody, welcome back. Um, Now I'm going to cover servlets. Uh, Today I'm dealing with the introduction part. Actually, what is servlets? Before knowing about the servlets, you need to understand some points. That is, what is a web application? A web application is a server-side application. It runs at server and provides service to multiple clients across the internet. A web application is server-side application that produces web pages onto the browser. A web application is a collection of web resources. Now, what are the types of web applications we are having? We are having presentation-oriented web applications, or also known as static web application. And second one is the service-oriented web applications or dynamic web applications. To develop presentation-oriented web applications, we need just HTML pages and the images. And these type of web applications will only concentrate on providing the presentation to the client. Second one is the service-oriented web applications are created using HTML, images, servlets, JSPs, XML, etc. And these type of web applications are concentrating on providing services to the clients. For example, an online tutorial is a static presentation, and Gmail, Yahoo, etc. are dynamic web applications. The web applications like Yahoo and Gmail are providing services to the clients like mail and chatting. A web application is also defined as a collection of passive and active resources. And in internet, we are having two types of messaging. What are those? Passive or offline messaging and active or online. In passive messaging, sender is in the login state, but receiver may be in the login or logout state, but the message is transferred. This is called as passive or offline. Example is the email. And second one is the active or online messaging. This needs both the sender and the receiver to be in the login state. For example, chatting. Now, in a web application, passive resources are executed at the browser and active resources are executed at the server. For example, HTML and image both are passive resources and execute at the client browser. And, so, now what is a servlet actually? Servlet technology is used to create a web application. Servlet resides at the server side and generates a dynamic web page. And this servlet technology is robust and scalable because of Java language. Robust means strong. And before servlet, we have a concept known as CGI, Common Gateway Interface, was common as a server-side programming language. But there were some disadvantages in CGI. So to overcome these disadvantages, we came to servlets that I will discuss later. And there are many interfaces and classes in the servlet API, such as servlet, generic servlet, HTTP servlet, servlet request, servlet response, etc. Now, what is a servlet? Servlet is a technology which is used to create a web application, as I said. And this servlet is an API that provides many interfaces and classes. And servlet is an interface that must be implemented for creating any servlet. And servlet is a class that extends the capabilities of the servers and responds to the incoming request. That is, servlet can respond to any request. And servlet is a web component that is deployed on the server to create a dynamic web page. Now, what is a web application? A web application is an application accessible from the web, and web application is composed of web components like servlet, JSP, filter, etc., and other elements such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And these web components typically execute in the web server and respond to the HTTP request. Now, what are the disadvantages of CGI? There are many problems in the CGI technology. That is, if the number of clients increases, then it takes more time for sending the response. And for each request, it starts a process. And the web server is limited to start processes. So, process is a slow technology. That is, for each request, CGI requires a process, and it uses platform dependent language like C and C++. And there are many advantages of servlets over CGI. The web container creates threads. In the case of servlets, the web container creates threads for handling the multiple requests to the servlet. And threads may have more benefits over the processes, such as I discussed in the previous videos, threads share a common memory area and threads are lightweight and the cost of communication between the threads are low. And the advantages of servlet are better performance because it creates a thread for each request, not a process. And portability because servlet is poor because it uses Java language. And robust, servlet is strong. JVM manages the servlet, so we don't need to worry about the memory leak or garbage collection, etc. And servlet is secure because it uses the Java language. So now I'll stop here. I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to discuss about web terminology. Now, what is a website? A website is a collection of related web pages that may contain text, images, audio, and video. And the first page of a website is called as home page. Each website has a specific internet address or the URL that you need to enter in your browser to access a website. Website is hosted on one or more servers and can be accessed by visiting its home page using a computer network. And a website is managed by its owner, that can be an individual, company, or an organization. Now, websites are of two types: static websites and dynamic website. Now, what is a static website? Static website is the basic type of website that is easy to create. And for this, you don't need any knowledge of web programming and database to create a static website. That is, static websites are coded in HTML. And the codes are fixed for each page, so the information contained in the page does not change and it looks like a printed page. Now, what second one is the dynamic website. What is a dynamic website? Dynamic website is a collection of dynamic web pages whose content changes dynamically. It accesses content from a database or a content management system, CMS. Therefore, when you alter or update the content of the database, then the content of the website is also altered or updated. And dynamic website uses client-side scripting or server-side scripting or both to generate the dynamic content. Client-side scripting generates the content at the client computer on the basis of user input. Then the web browser downloads the web page from the server and processes the code within the page to render the information to the user. In server-side scripting, the software runs on the server and processing is completed in the server. Then plain pages are sent to the user. Now, next one is the HTTP or Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Now, what is HTTP? In a web application environment, the communication between a web browser, that is the client, to the web server is done through the HTTP protocol. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. HTTP is an application level protocol and it runs on the top of TCP by IP. HTTP protocol is by default a stateless protocol. It is possible to convert the HTTP protocol behavior from stateless to stateful using the session tracking. And the communication between system to system is done by TCP by IP protocol. This is a system level protocol. Now, all of you want to know what is a stateless protocol. If the server does not remember the client or server does not have information about the client, Even though the same client is sending the request multiple times, but server does not recognize it and server feels that multiple clients are sending the request, then it is then it is the stateless behavior. Now, what is a stateful protocol? If the server remembers the client for some time period, or server is having information about the client, if the client is sending the request multiple times to a server, then server recognizes that all the requests are given by the same client, then it is a stateful behavior. For example, in ATM operations, the server does not remember the PIN number and it's asking for PIN number for each operation. So it is a stateless behavior. For example, in an online shopping, the server remembers the client until the shopping is completed. So it is a stateful behavior. So this is about the HTTP, and the basic characteristics of HTTP are it is the protocol that allows the web servers and browsers to exchange the data over the web. It is a request to response protocol. It uses the reliable TCP connections by default on TCP port number 80. It is stateless means each request is considered as a new request. In other words, the server does not recognize the user by default. Now, what are the basic features of HTTP? First is HTTP is media independent. It specifies that any type of media content can be sent by HTTP as long as both the server and the client can handle the data content. And HTTP is connectionless. It is connectionless approach in which HTTP client, that is a browser, initiates the HTTP request, and after the request is done, the client disconnects from server and waits for the response. HTTP is also stateless. The client and server are aware of, as I said just now, the client and server are aware of each other during the current request only. Afterwards, both of them forget each other. Due to the stateless nature of the protocol, neither the client nor the server can retain the information about different requests across the web pages. And the next one is the get and post. Now, what is this get and what is this post? I'll explain some of the differences between get and post. Get is a default method, whereas post is not a default method. And get method can transfer a maximum of 1 kilobyte, that is equal to 1024 bytes at a time from client to the server. So if more than 1 kilobyte of data exists, then remaining data is lost. Whereas post can transfer any amount of data from client to server. There is no limit. So post is suitable to transfer huge amount of data from client to the server. And get appends the form data, that is like email, password, etc. to the URL or the address bar. So that for this reason get is less secure. Whereas post does not append form data to the URL or the address bar. So it is more secure. And get does not support the file uploading, whereas post supports the file uploading. And get is an idempotent method, that is get does not have the capacity to make modifications to the data in the server, whereas post is a non-idempotent method, that is post has the capacity to make the changes to the data in the server. So online examination is example for both get and the post. And what are the features? Uh, okay, these are the differences between get and post. And next is the servlet container. What is a servlet container? Servlet container can also be known as a web container. Now, what is this web container? A web application contains both passive and active web resources. Passive resource is a static resource and it does not need any processing at the server. Whereas active resource is a dynamic resource and it needs some processing at the server. When a client request is given for passive resource like HTML images, then server will receive the request and it handles the request and sends the response back to the client. When a client request is given for dynamic resource like Servlet or JSP, Then the server receives the request, but it does not handle the request. Instead, the server transfers the request to a mediator called as a web container to handle this request. A web container is a Java application created by a server, and it provides the runtime support for dynamic resources like servlets and JSPs. When a client request is given, then the server receives the request and verifies whether this request is given for static or a dynamic resource. If it is given for a static resource, then server handles the request. And if it is given for dynamic, then web container handles that request. Now, what are the advantages of this servlet container or a web container? First is the communication support. That is, in a web application programming, if we want to provide direct communication between server and servlet or JSP, then in the servlet program, we need to write additional network programming like sockets, input output streams, even handling, etc. In a servlet, the programmers include not only the processing logic but also some networking logic. So writing business logic is only burden on the programmer. Adding networking logic increases more burden on the programmer. So in order to avoid this burden, the server has provided a mediator called as a web container. Because of web container, servlet programmer concentrates on the business logic. And the advantage of container is it provides communication support between the server and the servlet. And second one is the life cycle management. Second advantage is the life cycle management. Servlet is a Java class runs at the server side, so programmer cannot create an object. At the server side, the web container will take care about the instantiation, initialization, service, and destroy operations of a servlet. That is, the container maintains the life cycle of a servlet. And the third advantage is the multi-threading. In case of servlet, a single object is created and provides service to multiple clients. And to the multi-threading facility, servlet programmer has to include the business logic and multi-threading logic also. It increases the burden on the servlet programmer again. In order to reduce the burden on the programmer, web container will take care about the multi-threading issues. The container creates a thread for each request and maintains the thread and finally destroys the thread after completion of the request. The container provides multi-threading support to servlet applications. And the next advantage is the security. When an application is running at server side, the data and the logic of that application must be secure. In case of servlets, container provides all the security required. Security provided by the container is called as declarative security. And the web application directory structure is given by the World Wide Web Consortium, that is W3C. The advantage of the following directory structure is the application can be executed on any server, that is, the web application becomes server independent. By the following directory structure, we will get a principle called WODA principle, that is, write once, deploy anywhere. In this directory structure, the root directory is also called as the staging of the public directory. And the name of this directory is user defined, but subdirectories are predefined. For each web application, we need a web.xml file. This is also called as a deployment descriptor file. Deployment is nothing but copying from Java application to the server. That is, deployment is a process of installing a web application into the server. And we have three types of deployment here: hard deployment, console deployment, and tool deployment. What is hard deployment? Hard deployment means copying the root directory of web application into the server directly. Whereas console deployment means creating a var or a web archive file for the web application and then deploying the var file into the server using the steps given by the server. In real time, we use tool deployment where the tools are responsible for deploying applications into server. What are the tools we are having for deploying into server? We have Ant tool and Maven tool. Ant stands for another neat tool. So this is about the servlet container or the web container. And there are two types of servers, web server and application server. Web server contains only web or the servlet container. It can be used for servlets, JSP, struts, JSF, etc. It cannot be used for EJB. And this web server is a computer where the web content can be stored. In general, web server can be used to host the websites, but there are also used some other web servers like FTP, email, storage, gaming, etc. And what are the examples of web servers? We have Apache, Tomcat, and Present. What is application server? Application server contains web and EJB containers. That is, application server is mainly used for EJB. It can be used for servlet, JSP, struts, JSF, EJB also. It is a component-based product that lies in the middle tier of a server-centric architecture. It provides the middleware services for the state maintenance and security, along with the persistence and data access. It is a type of server designed to install, operate, and host the associated services and applications for the IT services, end users, and organizations. Now, what are the examples of application servers? JBoss, it is an open source server from JBoss community. Next is the Glassfish, provided by the Sun Microsystem, now acquired by Oracle. Next is the WebLogic, provided by Oracle. It is more secure. Next is the WebSphere, provided by IBM. Now, what is content type? Content type is also known as MIME. MIME means multi-purpose internet mail extension type. It is a HTTP header that provides the description about what you are sending to the browser. MIME is an internet standard that is used for extending the limited capabilities of email by allowing the insertion of sounds, images, and text in a message. And the features provided by the MIME are it supports the non-ASCII characters, it supports multiple attachments in a single message, it supports the attachment which contains executable audio, images, and video files, etc. It supports the unlimited message length also. So now I'll continue in the next class. Hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about Servlet API. Java X.Servlet and Java X.Servlet.http packages represent the interfaces and classes for Servlet API. So Java X.Servlet package contains many interfaces and classes that are used by the servlet or the web container, and these are not specific to any protocol. Java X.Servlet.http package contains interfaces and classes that are responsible for HTTP requests only. There are many interfaces in Java X.Servlet package. And what are these interfaces present in Java X.Servlet package? First one is the servlet. Second one is the servlet request interface. Third one is the servlet response interface. Fourth one is the request dispatcher interface. Fifth one is the servlet config interface. Sixth one is the servlet context interface. Seventh one is the single thread model interface. Eighth one is the filter interface. Ninth one is the filter config interface. 10th one is the filter chain interface. 11th one servlet request listener interface. 12th servlet request attribute listener interface. 13th is the servlet context listener interface. And 14th one is the servlet context attribute listener. So these are the interfaces present in the Java X.Servlet package. And what are the classes that are present in Java X.Servlet package? There are many classes like generic servlet class. Second is the servlet input stream class. Third is the servlet output stream class. Fourth is the servlet request wrapper class. Fifth is the servlet response wrapper class. Sixth is the servlet request event class. Seventh, servlet context event class. Eighth one is the servlet request attribute event class. Ninth one is the servlet context attribute event class. 10th one is the servlet exception class. And 11th one is the unavailable exception class. And there are many interfaces also present in Java X.Servlet.http package. and these are available only for the HTTP protocols. What are these? HTTP servlet request interface, HTTP servlet response interface, HTTP session interface, HTTP session listener interface, HTTP session attribute listener interface, HTTP session binding listener interface, HTTP session activation listener interface. The last one is the HTTP session context interface. And the classes present in Java x.servlet.http package are HTTP servlet class, cookie class, HTTP servlet request wrapper class, HTTP servlet response wrapper class, HTTP session event class, HTTP session binding event class, and HTTP utils class. So these are the interfaces and classes present in Java x.servlet and also Java x.servlet.http package. So I hope you understood. I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to explain about servlet interface. The root of the servlet programming is a servlet interface. It means each servlet class created by the programmer either directly or indirectly implements the servlet interface. If directly servlet interface is implemented, then the programmer has to override all the methods of the servlet interface. For programming convenience, it is also possible to create a servlet class by extending the predefined base classes called generic servlet and HTTP servlet. If we are extending generic servlet or HTTP servlet, means we are indirectly implementing the servlet interface. Finally, a programmer can create a servlet class in the following three ways. What are these three ways? One is public class myServlet implements the servlet interface. This is creating our servlet class by implementing servlet interface. And second one is the public class myServlet extends generic servlet interface. This is creating our servlet class by extending generic servlet. And third one is public class myServlet extends HTTP servlet. This is nothing but creating our servlet class by extending HTTP servlet. Servlet interface and generic servlet class both are given in Java X.Servlet package, whereas HTTP servlet class is given in Java X.Servlet.http package. Now, I'm going to discuss about why servlet class is always public. As a programmer, we are responsible to provide the business logic required in the servlet class, and we generate the bytecode by compiling it, but the servlet does not run by the programmer directly. So servlet will be deployed, that is copied into a server. In server, there is a web container who creates an object for the servlet class. If the web container wants to create an object for servlet class, then that servlet class must be visible to the container. So to make the servlet class to be visible to the container, our servlet class must be made as public. If the servlet class is not public, then an exception is generated. And this servlet interface provides three lifecycle methods that are used to initialize the servlet, to service the request and destroy the servlet, and also two non-lifecycle methods. So this is about the servlet interface. So I'll continue in the next class. Hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about generic servlet. Now what is a generic servlet? As I said in the previous video, servlet interface and generic servlet class both are given in Java X.Servlet package. This generic servlet and the HTTP servlet are abstract classes, and generic servlet is an abstract class because it contains one abstract method. And while extending the generic servlet, indirectly means that we are implementing the servlet interface. So generic servlet class implements the servlet config, and serializable interfaces. It provides the implementation of all the methods of these interfaces except the service method. Generic servlet class can handle any type of request so that it is protocol independent. You may create a generic servlet by inheriting the generic servlet class and providing the implementation of the service method. Hope you understood. I'll continue in the next class. This is about generic servlet. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about HTTP servlet. What is this HTTP servlet? The HTTP servlet class extends the generic servlet class and implements the serializable interface. It provides the HTTP specific methods such as toGet, toPost, toHead, toTrace, etc. As I explained in the previous video, if we are extending the generic servlet or HTTP servlet means we are indirectly implementing the servlet interface. So what is the syntax for this HTTP servlet? Public class myServlet extends HTTP servlet. This is nothing but creating our servlet class by extending the HTTP servlet. Now, as I said in the previous class, the HTTP servlet class is given in the Java x.servlet.http package. And HTTP servlet is also an abstract class because it contains an abstract method. Sorry, HTTP servlet is also an abstract class, but it does not contain any abstract method. Whereas generic servlet is an abstract class, but it contains only one abstract method. And while extending HTTP servlet, it indirectly means that we are implementing the servlet interface. So this is about the HTTP servlet. Hope you understood. So I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about the life cycle of servlet. The web container maintains the life cycle of a servlet instance. The life cycle of the servlet are: first the servlet class is loaded, then servlet instance is created, then init method is invoked, service method is invoked, then destroy method is invoked. Initially, an object lifecycle starts at the stage called does not exist stage. In case of a servlet, the web container is responsible to create an object of servlet class. The web container creates a servlet object in any of the following two cases. The container waits until a first request is given to a servlet. Whenever a first request is given, then immediately container creates servlet object. This is the default behavior. And the second case is container creates an object of a servlet whenever servlet is loaded into the server. To do this, we need to inform the container that it should not wait for the request. This can be done using the web.xml file. That means we need to inform the container through the web.xml file that it should not wait for the request. Whenever a servlet object is created, then it is moved from does not exist stage to the instantiation stage. Whenever a servlet is instantiated, then container initializes the servlet object immediately. To initialize a servlet object, container invokes the following. It invokes the constructor of the class and a lifecycle method called init method. And after initialization, the servlet object is ready for providing the service to the client request. And this stage is called the service stage. During service stage, container invokes a lifecycle method called service method. For each request given to the servlet, service stage is executed. It means the lifecycle service method is called for each request. After service method is completed whenever a servlet is unloaded from the server or whenever the server is shut down, then the servlet object will be moved from the service method into the destroy stage. During destroy method, the container invokes or calls another lifecycle method called destroy method. Whenever a servlet object is destroyed, then again the object is reached to the does not exist stage. According to the life cycle of a servlet, the init method and destroy methods are executed for only once, and service method is executed for each request. Among three life cycle methods of the servlet, service method is an important one. In this method, we include the business logic required for a servlet. And when a client request is given then server receives the request and verifies whether the request is given for an active or a passive resource. Servlet is an active resource, so server will transfer the request to the web container. Web container creates a request object, response object, and a thread for each request. Container assigns the request and response objects to the thread object. Container allows the thread to access the servlet object. Container invokes the service method of the servlet. It means the business logic implemented in service method will be executed. Then container takes the response from the servlet. Container then transfers the response back to the server. Server then sends the response to the client of the browser. After completion of request, the web container destroys the request, response, and the thread objects from the server. Container creates the request, response, and thread for each and every request. It means if 10 requests are given, then container creates 10 pairs of request, response, objects, and also 10 threads. And this web container is responsible for creating the request and response objects for each and every client request. So this is about the life cycle of the servlet. So hope you understood. I'll stop here and continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now in this class I'm going to discuss about the configuration of a servlet or a servlet example. And the servlet can be created by three ways. First, by implementing the servlet interface, by inheriting the generic servlet class, or by inheriting the HTTP servlet class. And the mostly used approach is by extending the HTTP servlet because it provides the HTTP request specific methods such as toGet, toPost, toHead, etc. And we are going to use an Apache Tomcat server for this servlet configuration, and the steps are as follows. To first create a directory structure, then create a servlet, compile the servlet, create a deployment descriptor, nothing but a web.xml file, start the server, and deploy the project, and then access the servlet. Actually, for a servlet, a web container is responsible for creating an object. And if a web container needs to create an object of a servlet, then the following two things are required. Servlet class must be declared as public, and servlet class must be configured in web.xml, that is deployment descriptor file. And if you want to configure a servlet, three names are required in web.xml. First is the logical or alias name or the dummy name called as the servlet name. And the next one is the fully qualified class name or the original name called servlet class. And next is the URL pattern. To configure a servlet in web.xml, then we need two XML elements, that is servlet and servlet mapping. In web.xml, while configuring a servlet, we must follow the XML rules. It means the XML file must be a well-formed XML document. And when a client request is given to a servlet, then the container first verifies whether the URL pattern in the browser is matched with the URL pattern in the web.xml. If the URL patterns are matched, then container verifies the alias names in the servlet and servlet mapping of web.xml. If alias names are matching, then the container identifies that the original class is requested by the client and then executes the life cycle of the servlet and finally gives the response back to the client. Now, what is this web.xml file? It is known as a deployment descriptor file, which is an XML file from which the web container gets the information about the servlet to be invoked. And the web container uses the parser to get information from the web.xml file. There are many XML parsers such as SAX, DOM, and full, etc. And there are many elements in the web.xml file also. So just now I discussed this web app represents the elements in the web.xml file are web app, which represents the whole application, and servlet is the sub element of web app and represents the servlet, and servlet name is the logical name or alias name or dummy name, and servlet class is the fully qualified class name or original name, and servlet mapping is also sub element of the web app and it is used to map the servlet, and URL pattern is also sub element of servlet mapping, and this pattern is used at the client side to invoke the servlet. So hope you understood about this configuration of a servlet and web.xml. Okay, I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class, I'm going to discuss about how the servlet works. It is important to know about how servlet works, and here we are going to get the internal details. First, the server checks if the servlet is requested for the first time. If the servlet is requested for the first time, then the web container does the following task. First, the web container loads the servlet class. It instantiates the servlet class, then calls the init method passing the servlet config object, else calls the service method passing the request and response objects. Then uh, the web container calls the destroy method when it needs to remove the servlet, such as at the time of stopping the server or undeploying the project. Now, how the web container handles the servlet request. The web container is responsible to handle the request. That is, the web container maps the request with the servlet in the web.xml file using servlet mapping tag. And the web container creates the request and response objects for this request. And then web container calls the service method on the thread. And this public service method internally calls the protected service method. The protected service method calls the doGet method depending on the type of request. The doGet method generates the response and it is passed to the client. After sending the response, the web container deletes the request and the response objects. The thread is contained in the thread pool or the thread is deleted, depends on the server implementation. So hope you understood about how the servlet works. So I'll continue in the next class. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class I'm going to discuss about load on startup. The load on startup element of the web app loads the servlet at the time of deployment or server start if the value is positive. It is also known as pre-initialization of the servlet. You can pass either positive and negative value for the servlet. Now, what is the advantage of this load on startup element? As you know, servlet is loaded at the first request. That means it consumes more time at the first request. If you specify the load on startup in web.xml, then servlet will be loaded at project deployment time or server start. So it will take less time for responding to first request. If you pass the positive value, then the lower integer value servlet will be loaded first before the higher integer value servlet. In other words, container loads the servlets in ascending integer value. That is, the 0 value will be loaded first, then 1, then 2, 3, and so on. Passing negative value. If you pass negative value, what happens? If you pass a negative value in web to the load on startup in web.xml, then servlet will be loaded at request time, that is at first request. Hope you understood about this load on startup. Okay, I'll continue in the next video. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain the servlet in Eclipse IDE. As all of you know, Eclipse is an open source IDE for developing Java Standard Edition and Java Enterprise Edition, that is J2E applications. And you can download the Eclipse IDE from the Eclipse website. So in order to do Java applications, you can download the Eclipse IDE from the Eclipse website, that is http www.eclipse.org downloads. Then you need to download the Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers. After creating servlet example in Eclipse IDE, it saves a lot of work to be done. It is easy and simple to create a servlet example. And let's see the steps for creating the first servlet example. You need to create a dynamic web project in Eclipse IDE, then create a servlet, then add servlet API.jar file, then run the servlet. So I'll also show you how to set the path. How do you set the path? You go to this PC, then you go to properties, you go to this PC, right click on this PC, go to properties, then advanced system settings, go to advanced system settings, and then go to environmental variables, then in the user variables, go to, okay, I had already set the path and class path. Just I'll show you. This is my path actually. So, excuse me. I had already set the path for Java applications and servlets also. So, okay, this is the path. This is how you set the path. C drive program files. My JDK resides in the C drive program files in Java folder bin. So JDK bin should be set in the path, and also JDK lib should also be set in the path. Then you should say as okay. You need to go to new and write the variable name as path and set the variable value as a particular path here. Here I already set the path, so I'm just showing you how to set the path and class path. And here class path is JRE bin and also JRE lib. This is the class path. And also you need to set the servlet API.jar. How do you set the servlet API.jar? So this is my class path in servlet API.jar. This is how you set the servlet API, Apache Tomcat. Sorry, this is how you set the path for Apache Tomcat 8.0.32 and percentile class path percentile. So, in order to run the servlet, you require a server here. So, as you require a server, you need to install a Apache Tomcat 8.0. So then you need to go to Google. You need to go to Google, and inside Google you need to type as Apache Tomcat 8 download for Windows. So you should only download Apache 8.0. Apache 8.0. Why? Because for Java 1.8, this Apache Tomcat 8.0 is compatible. You should not download 8.5 or 7 or Tomcat 7.0 like that. For Java 1.8, you need to download Apache Tomcat 8.0. So then click the particular website and click the particular link and go for the download and then install the Apache Tomcat. I already installed here. So I'm just showing you how to install the Apache Tomcat. Next, once you install the Apache Tomcat, so how do you create the new project for a servlet? Go to File, New, go to File, New, and for servlets, you should select a dynamic web project. Whereas for core Java, you need to select a Java project. But this is servlets, so core Java and the JDBC, you need to go for project, Java project. Whereas for servlets, you need to select dynamic web project. Once select dynamic web project, give here the project name and this module version should be selected as 2.2. Then you should say finish. This is how you select the project. Once you create the project, you will get the project in this project explorer like this. This is the directory. This demo servlet is the root directory, and it contains web content where inside web content there is web.inf. Inside web.inf there is a web.xml file, and your web.xml file will look like this. It contains the servlet tags. Inside the servlet tag you have a display name. Name is demo servlet ex, and servlet name is demo servlet ex. Servlet class is also demo servlet ex. And inside servlet mapping, you have servlet name as demo servlet ex, and URL pattern is /demo. And this is the welcome file list. So by default, the welcome file list should be index.jsp. By default, the welcome file list should be index.jsp. Then how do you get this web.xml? Once you create the project demo servlet, go to source, right click on the source, then go to new servlet. Then here you can give one package. First you can create one package in the source folder. Don't create it in the default package. Inside the source, first create a package. How do you create a package? First right click on the source, new, and package. Then give the name of the package as form.something servlet. Okay. Then after creating the package, create the servlet class. How do you create the servlet class? Go to new servlet. Then here give the package name, here give the class name, but give appropriate names for the class names. Then we say next. If I say some class name as demo servlet and say next, then it will ask for the URL mapping. You can edit this URL mapping by clicking here. You can select your own URL, any name you can give for the URL mapping. Okay, you can give any name. Then say next. Then say finish. Then your servlet will be created. But here already I created the servlet, so I'm not creating again. Just for your information sake, I'm showing you. So this is how you create the servlet like this, demo servlet ex.java. So this is my servlet and this is my web.xml file. Whatever URL pattern you have given there, it will approach here. And by default, the welcome file should be index.jsp like this. Then inside demo servlet public class, first you need to import java x.servlet.http.star. Why? Because this servlet is extending HTTP servlet. Then public class demo servlet ex extends HTTP servlet. Then public void doGet. HTTP servlet has doGet and doPost methods inside it. So doGet of HTTP servlet request comma HTTP servlet response throws servlet exception comma IO exception. Then begin. First you need to set the content type. Then response dot. This is the syntax for setting the content type. Response dot set content type of text slash HTML. Then get the stream to write the data. How do you get the stream? Print writer pw equal to response dot get writer. If you need to write anything on the console, then you need to use this print writer class. Then writing HTML in the stream. What do you want to write in the console? pw.println HTML body. Then pw.println welcome to servlet. I need to write welcome to servlet. Then pw.close the body, close the HTML tag, and pw.close. So when you run this file, and one more thing, what are the configurations you need to make here? When you install Tomcat server, go to servers and you need to configure the server in the IDE first. You need to configure Tomcat server, Tomcat 8.0 server in the IDE, so you will get like this. And how do you configure the jar files in the IDE? Go to build path, right click on the project, go to build path, configure build path, then uh, for example, uh, if this library jar file is not there, then go to add external jars. If you go to add external jars, when you download Apache Tomcat inside the lib folder, you will have the servlet API.jar. Then open that servlet API.jar that will be configured. The jar file will be configured in IDE, Eclipse IDE. Then say apply. Once you configure this one, go to order and export. You need to select all this. You should, confirm that all these should be selected and say apply. Then you go for deployment assembly. Inside deployment assembly, go to add Java build path entries, double click that, select the servlet API.jar and say finish. Then say apply. Then go to Java compiler, check that if the compiler is 1.4 or not. Then say apply. Compiler should be 1.4. Then select the targeted runtimes and select the Apache Tomcat here. It should be selected here. And say apply. Once you say apply, once you configured everything, say apply and close. This is how you configure the jar files in the Eclipse IDE. You should go to right click on the project name, go to build path, and then configure everything. Once you configure, you need to start by right click on this Tomcat server, and you need to start the server first. Okay. If any problem occurs, just right click on this and say clean Tomcat working directory. And then start again. Right click on that Tomcat server and then start again. Okay, the server is starting here. Okay. Once the server is started, the server is still starting. It's taking some time. Okay. It says server Tomcat server at localhost was unable to start within 45 seconds. If the server requires more time, try increasing the timeout in the server editor. What it is saying? It is saying to increase the timeout. How do you increase the timeout? Double click on this server, then go to timeouts, double click on the server and go to timeouts. Then timeouts, increase this start in seconds. Increase the start in, you can keep 100. Okay. And then you save this one. After saving this one, close this and again start the server once again. Clean the Tomcat directory, then start the server. So the server is starting now. You can see this one in the console, the server is starting. Once the server gets started, right click on the servlet application, say run on server. Then select this Tomcat server, say next, and select your particular project. Your project is demo server. So select your project and say finish. So your output comes here. So your URL should be like this: http://localhost : your port number is Apache Tomcat port number is 8080 slash demo servlet is your root directory, and this is the URL of this servlet. This is the demo is the URL of the servlet. So this is the output. Welcome to servlet. This is how your servlet works. And we'll see one more example. So this is servlet's example. And, so every web.xml will be in the same fashion. Here also see the web.xml here. First display name is servlets. Welcome file list, by default it should be index.jsp. Then it starts with servlet tag. Then display name is servlets ex. Servlet name is servlets example. Servlet class is servlet example. End servlet tag. Then starts with servlet mapping. Inside servlet mapping, what are the tags we are having? Servlet name and URL pattern. So servlet name is servlet's example and URL pattern I have given is welcome. So this is your web.xml. And this is public class servlet example implements servlet. Then servlet config equal to null. Then public void init. First the servlet servlet gets started, then servlet is instantiated, then servlet gets initialized. This method is used to initialize the servlet. Public void init, servlet config begin. This dot config is assigned to config, then system.out.println servlet is initialized. Then public void service of servlet request servlet response throws IO exception servlet exception begin. Response dot set content type of text slash HTML. Then print writer out equal to response dot get writer. If you want to write anything on the console, use this print writer class. Then out dot println HTML body out dot print hello simple servlet out.print end body and HTML. Then this is the service method, that is after the servlet is initialized it goes into service method. Then public void destroy system.out.println servlet is destroyed. Public servlet config get servlet config return config. So when you run this program, when you run this servlet, what is the output you will get? Select this Tomcat server, then say next, then select the particular project, root directory, or your particular project is servlets. Then say finish. So if anything is missing here, here you check the web.xml here. Your welcome file list is index.jsp. So just remove all this. If any error comes like this, inside your root directory is servlets and inside that your URL is welcome. Just type like this. If any error you get, you first check the URL. This is http://localhost:8080/servlets is your root directory / your URL pattern is welcome. Then you say enter. Then you get the output hello simple servlet. So this is how your servlet works. So I'll stop here. I'll continue in the next class. Hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class I am going to explain about servlet request interface. An object of servlet request is used to provide the client request information to a servlet such as content type, content length, parameter names and values, header informations, attributes, etc. Now I'll explain this with an example. This is the project. First create a dynamic web project. Then inside the source, you are having the servlet request example. And you have a web.x. You are also having an index.html for this and web.x. So first the web.xml contains servlet tag. Inside the servlet tag you have display name, servlet request example. Servlet name is servlet request example. Servlet class is servlet request example in the servlet tag. Inside servlet mapping, you are having servlet name and URL pattern. I have taken as form. Then end the servlet mapping. Then inside the welcome file list, if you have any index.html, if you have an index.html, then inside web.xml, you need to mention the welcome file list as index.html. You need to mention the welcome file list as index.html. So first the servlet request, first the web.xml sees that whether the request is for for a particular servlet, then it goes to the index.html. Inside index.html, your form action is form, method is get, and enter your name. Input type is text. Name is equal to name, then input type equal to submit, then value equal to login. So once I enter the name and I say submit, then form action it goes to the form, URL form, and URL form belongs to the servlet request example. Form is the servlet URL. So now this public class servlet request example extends HTTP servlet begin, then public void do get, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response. Throws servlet exception, IO exception. Then response dot first set the content type text/html, then print writer pw equal to response get writer if you want to write anything on the console. Then string name equal to request dot get parameter of name. Here whatever name we had entered in the index.html, that is acquired by this request.get parameter, and it is stored in the string name. Then pw.println welcome plus name. It is going to print welcome and the name which we give in the text box. So now when I run this program, run on servlet, select the Tomcat server, and select the particular project. Is the servlet request is the project name, and say finish. And every time you no need to restart the server, only if you make any modifications only in the program, then you need to restart the server. And every time you need not restart the server. Only if you make any modifications, then restart the server. Now server is starting here. Actually, I didn't write. Okay, sorry. Actually, first I need to run from the index.html. Sorry. First you need to, because the control starts from index.html. So first you go into index.html program, right click on the index.html, then say run on server. Then select next, select the project as servlet request, and say finish. Then here it asks for enter your name. If I enter some name as Scott and say login, then it says welcome Scott. And the URL goes into form action goes into servlet request, and it says welcome Scott. So this is the output of this servlet. So I'll stop here. I'll continue in the next class. Hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about servlet collaboration. What do you mean by servlet collaboration? Servlet collaboration means the two or more servlets communicating with each other is known as servlet collaboration. And this servlet collaboration is of two types. The first one is the request dispatcher method, and second one is the send redirect method. And the request dispatcher interface provides the facility of dispatching the request to another resource. It may be a HTML servlet or JSP. This interface can also be used to include the content of another resource also. It is one of the ways of servlet collaboration. Servlets are created by the programmer, but the links between the servlets is done by the administrator. And this chaining concept is given in Servlet 2.0 and 2.1. Later, this chaining concept is removed from administrator and given to the programmer in Servlet 2.2. In Servlet 2.0 and 2.1 specifications, we have a concept called servlet chaining, and it is done by the administrator. Whereas in Servlet 2.2 specification, the servlet chaining concept is moved from administrator side to the programmer by introducing the request dispatcher interface. Request dispatcher is replacement of servlet chaining. By using request dispatcher interface, a programmer can perform the linking between one servlet to the another servlet. By using request dispatcher, only the following two operations are possible. That is, forwarding a client request from one servlet to another servlet using forward method, and including a response of one servlet into another servlet using include method. That is, the request dispatcher interface has provided two methods only, that is, forward method and include method. Forwarding is done at server side, so client is unknown of forwarding. Forwarding means permanently moving the control. So if control is forwarded from servlet 1 to servlet 2 permanently, we cannot again forward from servlet 1 to servlet 3. While forwarding a client request from one servlet to another servlet, then the last servlet in the chain is responsible to give the response back to the client. While forwarding a client request from one servlet to another servlet, both the servlets are available at the server side and forwarding is done at the server side. So the client is unknown of this forwarding. So the client is assuming that response has come from servlet 1, but actually servlet 2 has given the response. When request is forwarded from one servlet to another servlet, then automatically along with request, the parameters are also forwarded. Forwarding a request means control jumps from one servlet 1 to another servlet permanently. So it is not possible to forward the request at a time to multiple servlets from a single source. And while forwarding requests from one servlet to another servlet, container creates and uses only one pair of request and response. If we want to forward a client request from servlet 1 to servlet 2, both servlets must run either within the same web application or in different web applications of same server. But it is not possible to forward from one server to another server. That is, forwarding is not possible across servers. And while, okay, uh, okay, now in case of including, when one servlet is including the response, this is now the second case, that is include method. In the case of include method, when one servlet is including the response of another servlet, then the response is partially generated by the source servlet, that is servlet 1, and partially generated by the destination servlet, that is servlet 2. In case of including to the client response, will be sent by servlet 1. So client is assuming that the response is completely generated by servlet 1, but actually it is combinedly generated by servlet 1 and servlet 2. This intimation is not given to the client, so a client is unknown about including the response. While including the response, the control is temporarily shifted from servlet 1 to servlet 2 and again control comes back to servlet 1. So it is not possible to include more than one servlet response into single servlet. And while including one servlet response to another servlet, along with the control, automatically the request parameters also go to next servlet. While including the response, the container creates only a single pair of request and response objects, and same pair is used in all the servlets. While including the response of one servlet into another servlet, both the servlet must both servlets must exist either within a single web application or different web applications of same server, but across servers is not possible. Now we'll see what are the limitations of request dispatcher. Request dispatcher can only forward or include within the same server, but it does not work across servers. While forwarding or including, the destination resource must be a Java enabled resource only. It is not possible to work with non-Java resources. So this is about the request dispatcher. And so I hope you understood this request dispatcher. Now I'll show you some example for this. This is the request dispatcher. First create a dynamic web project. Then inside the source, I had created one login.java. Two servlets I had created. One is login.java and welcome servlet.java. And we are also having a index.html. and one web.xml. So all of you know this web.xml, the URL pattern which I used for login.java. That is, login is the URL pattern for login.java, and welcome is the URL pattern for welcome servlet. Okay, excuse me, and I think this is not there. Okay, so first always the control starts from this index.html. Here inside the form action I have given login, method is post. I'm using input text box, type equal to text, name equal to username, password input type equal to password, name equal to user pass, input type equal to submit, value equal to login. So when I enter the name and password and I say submit, the form action goes to login.java because the URL given here is login. Login is the URL of login.java. Then here public class login extends HTTP servlet, public void do post, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, throws servlet exception, comma IO exception. Then first set the set content type, response.set content type of text slash HTML. Then print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Here whatever username you have entered, username and password you have entered in this index.html, that is acquired using the request.get parameter of username and user password and stored in this string. Username is stored in string L and password is stored in string P. If password, that is P dot equals Pavani, then request dispatcher RD equal to request dot get request dispatcher of welcome. That is, if password matches, then the request dispatcher uh, will go to the will forward it to welcome. That is rt.forward request and response objects. Here welcome is the URL for welcome servlet. Then it goes to welcome servlet, then public class welcome servlet extends HTTP servlet, public void do post, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, throws servlet exception, IO exception. Then response.set content type text slash HTML, print writer out equal to response.getWriter, then string m equal to request.get parameter. This welcome servlet will get the username from this login.java and it will store in n. And it says out.print welcome n. So when you run this program, first go to index.html, right click on the index.html, and if you run on the server, select Tomcat server and select the particular project that is request dispatcher and say finish. So the server is starting here. So once the server started, it is asking for name and password. So if I enter name as Pavani and password I'm entering as Pavani, then I say login. Then it goes to welcome servlet and then it gives the message as welcome Pavani. So this is about, that is request dispatcher is forwarding the request to the welcome servlet. And the welcome servlet is outputting the response. So this is about the request dispatcher interface. So hope you understood and continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class, I am going to explain about servlet collaboration. There are two types of servlet collaboration. Request dispatcher I already discussed in the previous video. Now I am going to discuss about send redirect. Now, what is a send redirect method? Send redirect method of HTTP servlet response interface can be used to redirect the response to another resource, and it may be a servlet, JSP, or HTML file. It accepts relative as well as absolute URL. It works at the client side because it uses the URL bar of the browser to make another request. So it can work inside and outside the server. In case of send redirect, the control is not shifted from servers at the server side from source to destination. Instead, the control first goes back to the browser and then the control will be shifted to destination. In order to perform servlet redirection, we need to call send redirect method of HTTP servlet response interface. Now, after discussing about this request dispatcher and send redirect methods, now we'll see what are the differences between this request dispatcher and send redirect methods. First, while forwarding a request from source to destination, the client is not intimated or informed at the other side. This is in the case of forward method. While in the case of redirection, while redirect that is while in the case of send redirect, while redirecting a request from source to destination, the client is intimated or informed. In the forwarding, container creates only a single pair of request and response objects, where in the case of send redirect, the container creates minimum two pairs of request and response objects. In the case of forward method, when a request is forwarded from source to destination, then along with the control, the request parameters are also forwarded automatically. In the case of send redirect, while redirecting a request, only control is redirected, but request parameters are not automatically redirected. And while forwarding, both source and destination must exist within the same server, but we cannot communicate across servers. In the case of send redirect, it is possible to communicate either within server and also across servers. And while forwarding, both source and destination must be Java enabled resource, that is JSP, servlet, or HTML. In the case of send redirect, only source must be Java enabled and destination can be either Java or non-Java enabled resource. So this is about the differences between forward method and send redirect method, or request dispatcher and send redirect method. I will show you, I'll explain the send redirect with an example. So this is a send redirect. First create a dynamic web project and give appropriate names for project names and the class names. So I have two servlet classes. One is searcher.java and the other is send redirect example.java. And I am also having an index.html and a web.xml also. So here I'm having two servlet classes and one index.html. So inside the servlet tag, the display name is send redirect example, servlet name and servlet class is same, send redirect example. Then in the servlet tag, I have two servlets, so I need to configure the two servlets in the web.xml. And the another servlet name and servlet class is searcher. Inside servlet mapping, once for send redirect example, I am giving the URL pattern as send, and for searcher servlet, I am giving the URL pattern as search. Then inside the welcome file list, you need to mention it as welcome file list as index.html. So, so first control starts from index.html. Here, when I enter the name and submit, when I enter my name, when I enter my name and say submit, the form action goes to the search URL. that is to the searcher.java. Search is the URL pattern for searcher.java server. In public class searcher extends HTTP servlet begin protected void do get HTTP servlet request HTTP servlet response throws servlet exception IO exception. Then string name equal to request.get parameter name. The name which I entered in this index.html is acquired in this searcher.java through request.get parameter and stored in the string name. Then response.send redirector. Where is the where it is redirecting? The redirection takes place to the this site https google.co.in plus name. So, so this is the program for send redirect example. Public void do get HTTP servlet request HTTP servlet response throws servlet exception IO exception. Response.set content type text slash HTML print writer pw equal to response.getWriter. Then response.send redirect to HTTP or google.com. That is the difference between request dispatcher and send redirect is that the request dispatcher, if the control goes from one servlet to another servlet, then the servlet 1 to servlet 2, then servlet 2 has to give the response back to the client. Whereas in the case of send redirect, if the control goes from servlet 1 to servlet 2, then the from servlet 2 again the control comes back to the browser and from the browser the response is given back to the client. This is the difference between send redirect and request dispatcher. So hope you understood about the send redirect and request dispatcher. Okay, I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class, I'm going to discuss about servlet config. An object of servlet config is created by the web container for each servlet. And this object can be used to get information, configuration information from web.xml file. If the configuration information is modified from the web.xml file, we don't need to change the servlet. So it is easier to manage the web application if any specific content is modified from time to time. The core advantage of servlet config is that you don't need to edit the servlet file if information is modified from the web.xml file. Now I'll explain you in detail. Servlet config interface is an interface given in Java X.Servlet package and its implementation class is provided by the vendor. A web container creates servlet config object just before calling the init method, that is lifecycle method of a servlet. The web container creates the servlet config object and then calls the init method by passing the servlet config object as a parameter to it. The servlet config object is created by the container in the middle of constructor execution and lifecycle init method execution. So, what did you understood about this? First, the web container creates the servlet object, then calls the default constructor, then constructor creates the servlet config object, and servlet config object calls the init method or the lifecycle method. For each servlet, the web container creates its own servlet config object. Servlet config object, the web container stores three types of information into the servlet config object. What does the web container store into servlet config object? It stores the logical name of servlet, init parameters of servlet, servlet context object reference. The web container reads the logical name of servlet and init parameters of servlet in the deployment descriptor file, that is web.xml. In web.xml, we provide the logical name or dummy name for each servlet. If required, We can also pass parameters to servlet in web.xml. We call such type of parameters as init parameters. And one parameter is in the form of name value pair. For one servlet, we can pass any number of init parameters. If you want to pass init parameters to a servlet in web.xml, we need to use an element called init param inside the servlet tag. And why init parameters are given in a servlet inside a servlet in the web.xml? Because if we create variables directly in a servlet class, then whenever we want to modify those the variable values, then we need to recompile the servlet, reload the servlet, and restart the server. This is a very time consuming process. So instead of this, if we pass the init parameters from web.xml, then whenever it is required, we can modify the parameter values in the web.xml. And it becomes easy to modify the values because we need not recompile, reload, and restart the server. And what is the difference between this constructor and init method? Servlet config object is created after calling the constructor and just before calling the init method. It means servlet object config object is not accessible to the constructor, but it is available to the init method. So in the init method, we can read the data stored in the servlet config object, but in the constructor, it is not possible. And so this is about the servlet config. And what are the methods for reading the servlet config? Container creates servlet config object and stores three types of information. In our servlet class, if we want to read that information, then the following four methods are given in servlet config interface. The first method is getServletName, that is config.getServletName. This method is used for reading the logical name of the servlet config object. This method returns a string. Second method is getInitParameter, config.getInitParameter. This method is used for reading the value of an init parameter by using its name, that is key. And this method returns the value as always in the form of string. Next method is the getInitParameter This method is used for reading all the parameter names at a time. This method returns or stores the names into a collection object called enumeration. That is config.enumeration equal to config.getInitParameter And the last method is getServletContext. That is servlet context ctx equal to config.getServletContext. This method is used for reading the context object reference from the servlet config object. Whenever the deployment takes place, it does not wait for the request. The container reads the web.xml file and creates the servlet context object, one for each application per JVM, which may contain multiple servlets. So this is about the servlet config. Now I'll show the example for this servlet config. So first create a dynamic web project, servlet config. Then inside the source, I'm having one servlet config example. Then in the web content inside web.inf, I have web.xml also. So first see the web.xml. Here inside the servlet tag, my servlet name is servlet config example and servlet class is also servlet config example. And we need to create the init parameters inside the servlet tag. That is init param name is driver, param value is the MySQL driver name, that is com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Then end the servlet tab. Then inside servlet mapping, my servlet name is servlet config ex and my URL pattern I have given it as /config. And since there is no index.html here, my default welcome.filelist is index.jsp. So you can directly run the servlet config here. Public class servlet config EX extends HTTP servlet, then public void do get HTTP servlet request, comma HTTP servlet response throws servlet exception, comma IO exception. Response.set content type text slash HTML. Print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Then servlet config object is created here. Config equal to get servlet config. Then string driver equal to config.getInit parameter. When the servlet asks for config.getInit parameter of driver, then this gets the parameters, init parameters from web.xml. Then out.print driver is test driver. So I'm directly running this servlet class. Select the Tomcat server and the particular project is servlet config. Then say finish. So your driver is com.mysql.jdbc.driver. So this is the servlet config. Hope you understood. So I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class I am going to explain about servlet context. An object of servlet context is created by the web container at the time of deploying the project. And this object can be used to get configuration information from web.xml file. And there is only one servlet context object per web application. If any information is shared to many servlets, then it is better to provide it from web.xml file using the context param element. And advantages are easy to maintain. If any information is shared to all the servlets, it is better to make it available for all the servlets. And we provide this information from web.xml file. So if the information is changed, we don't need to modify the servlet. Thus it removes the maintenance problem. Whenever the web application is deployed in the server, then the web container first reads the web.xml, that is deployment descriptor file, and it immediately creates the servlet context object without waiting for a request. The web container creates one servlet context object for one web application. If 10 web applications are deployed in server, then container creates 10 servlet context objects. Servlet context object is one for each web application per JVM. Servlet context is shareable object across all the servlets of web application. As part of web application, the first object created by the container is servlet context object only. For each servlet, container creates its own servlet config objects, but all the servlets of the web application share a single servlet context object. Since servlet config is executed only once in the init method, and if we want servlet config to execute multiple times, we have to write it in the service method. And context object is in a web application is used for sharing data from one servlet to other servlet in a web application. Context object always stores data in the form of key value pairs. Into context object, the data can be added in two approaches, that is either declarative or programmatic data. Declarative means passing the data from web.xml into context object in the form of key value pair. Programmatic means passing the data from servlet into context object in the form of key value pairs. And if the data is added into context object from web.xml, then it is known as parameter of context object. If the data is added into context object from servlet, then it is known as attributes of the context object. A context object stores both the parameters and attributes. From web.xml, if we want to add any key value pair into context object, then we need to use context param element. The context param element is similar to init param element, but the difference is that context param is global to all the servlets, that is declared outside the servlet tag in the web.xml, whereas init param is local to all the servlet and declared inside the servlet tag in web.xml. In web.xml, we can pass any number of context parameters. And these context parameters are passed inside the root element, that is the web app. so this is about the so now we'll see the differences between config, servlet config and servlet context. In servlet config is the one for each servlet. Servlet config is for each servlet. That is, it is local. Whereas servlet context is for each web application. That is, it is global. And servlet config is local to each servlet, so it is not shareable. Whereas servlet context is global to each servlet, so it is shareable. And servlet config does not exist without a servlet object, whereas servlet context can exist without servlet object. Servlet config does not support attributes, whereas servlet context supports attributes. So this is about the differences between servlet config and the servlet context. I will show an example for the servlet context. There is some problem. I will open the Eclipse again. It's taking some time to open the Eclipse. So now I'll explain this concept of servlet context. So first create a dynamic web project of servlet context. Then inside the source, you have a servlet context example. Then inside the web content, you have web.inf. Inside web.inf, you have web.xml. So you see this web.xml inside the servlet tag, you have only the servlet name and the servlet class as servlet context example. Then in the servlet tag, then this context param is taken outside the servlet tag, whereas init parameters should be local, that is they should be taken inside the servlet tag. context param is global. They should be taken outside the servlet tag. So context param name is dname, param value is the name of the MySQL driver, that is com.mysql.jdbc.driver. And one more parameter is context param name is username is system, and another context param is param name password, and password is Oracle. And this is the servlet context example. Public class servlet context example extends HTTP servlet. Public void deleted HTTP servlet request HTTP servlet response throw servlet exception IO exception. Response dot set the content type as text slash HTML. Then print writer out equal to response dot get writer to print on the console output on the console. Then create an object for servlet context. Context is equal to get servlet context. Then enumeration e equal to context dot get init parameter name. Since we have multiple init context params, so in order to get all the context params here, we need to use this method get init parameter names. This will be stored in the enumeration object. And string str equal to null while e dot has more elements. This is checking the condition whether enumeration has more elements. And if string equal to e dot next element, then out dot bring the context dot get any parameter of string. So now I'll run this. So now I'll run this servlet context. Then select this Tomcat server and select the servlet context here, the particular project, and say finish. So now the servlet, now the Tomcat server is started here. So now you directly get the output like password and the driver name and the username. So these are the context params. So this is about servlet context. Hope you understood, and we'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about attributes. An attribute in servlet is an object that can set, get, or remove from one of the following scopes. That is request scope, session scope, and application scope. The servlet programmer can pass information from one servlet to another using attributes. It is just like passing object from one class to another, so that we can reuse the same object again and again. Now I'm going to show you an example on attribute. So first create a dynamic web project and name the project as attribute. And then here inside the source, we are having two servlets. One is attribute example1.java, and the other is attribute example2.java. But it is mandatory to create a package here. Inside the source folder, it is mandatory to create a package. Otherwise, you will face some problems while running the server. So it is mandatory to create a package here. But I did not create a package here. There are two servlets here, attribute example1.java and attribute example2.java. And inside web content, we are having the web.xml file. So inside the web.xml, inside the servlet tag, we are having the servlet name attribute ex1 and servlet class as attribute ex1. And inside one more servlet tag is there, because we have two servlets here. And again, the display name is attribute ex2, servlet name is attribute ex2, and servlet class is attribute ex2. Inside the servlet mapping, we have servlet name as attribute ex1, and the URL pattern for attribute example1 is demo1. And inside the one more servlet mapping, servlet name is for attribute ex2, we have the URL pattern demo2. If you get any errors, just copy the errors and copy the error and paste it in Google and search for the solution. So now I am running this first attribute one. So just right click on the application, servlet application. First you need to start the server. You can clean the Tomcat working directory. Then just start the server first. So the server is getting started. Once the server is started, you right click on the application, servlet application. And say run on server. No need to restart server every time. Just say OK. Okay. I think there is some problem again. Yeah, this is the default welcome file list is index.jsp. So again, you do one thing, you go to the project folder and clean the project first. Click on the project and then clean the project. You select only the particular project and then say clean. Then you can build the project also. Then you can say, again you can run the project in the server. So this is the first you got the from attribute ex1 you got this one, welcome to first servlet, and here is a link here, visit. If you click on the link visit, then you'll get welcome to IBM. So this is about attributes. Attributes is nothing but that is the servlet can communicate with another servlet using attributes. So this is about attributes. Hope you understood. I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Today I'm going to discuss about session tracking. Session means a particular interval of time. Session tracking is a way to maintain the state of a user. It is also known as session management in servlet. HTTP protocol is a stateless protocol, so we need to maintain state using session tracking techniques. Each time the user requests to the server treats the request as the new request. So we need to maintain the state of a user to recognize the particular user. HTTP is a stateless, that means each request is considered as the new request. Then what are the session tracking techniques you are having? There are 4 session tracking techniques you are having. First one is the cookies, hidden form field, URL rewriting, and HTTP session. Now I'll explain you in detail. By default, HTTP protocol is a stateless protocol, but It is possible to convert the HTTP protocol behavior from stateless into stateful. To do this, we need a concept called session tracking. Session tracking is a mechanism of converting the stateless protocol into stateful protocol. Stateless means when multiple requests are given by the same client to a server, then the server does not recognize that all these requests are given by the same client. Stateful means when multiple requests are given to a server by the client, then the server recognizes that all these requests are given by the same client. And session tracking is a mechanism of converting HTTP protocol behavior. And this can be done by using two techniques, one is session management and state management. And session tracking is nothing but session management plus state management. Stateless behavior means a server does not use first request data while processing the second request and the first and second request data while processing the third request. This behavior is stateless, which is due to HTTP protocol. In case of stateful, server uses the first request data while processing the second request, first and second request data while processing the third request, and so on. Why developers give HTTP protocol as stateless? Whenever a browser is sending request to a server, then HTTP protocol opens a connection with the server, and when response is given back to the client, then HTTP protocol closes the connection. So for each request, HTTP protocol will do the work of opening the connection and closing the connection. If HTTP protocol is given as stateful, then it opens the connection but does not close the connection until the browser is closed. If the browser is not closed for a long time, then the connection is also not closed. And if a server maintains connections for long period of time, then burden on the server is increased. So that the developers give HTTP protocol as the stateless. Now, what is this session management? Session management means whenever a client request is given to server, then server should recognize whether this client is existing or a new one. A server recognizes by using an identification value called token. Whenever a client request is given, server first finds whether any token is sent along with the request. First, when new request is given from the client, the server creates a new token for that client. And if any token is sent along with the request, server recognizes that the client is existing. If no token is coming, then server identifies that the client is new one and creates a new token. Whenever response is given back to client, then along with response, server will send token back to the client. When the same client is sending request for the second time, along with the request, the token is sent to the server. So server can recognize that client is existing. For session management, server will follow a technique called token exchanging. Now, what is the state management? State management means storing client data at the server in an object. Server creates one object for each client and stores data of the client. The number of clients working with server is equal to number of session objects created in the server. And the advantage of storing the data is whenever a client request is given, then server can use old or previous data of the client for processing the request. Session tracking is generating a session ID or a token and session object data for a client. For example, in online shopping website, whenever a customer enters for first time, then an ID is created for the customer and an object is created. The ID is created to identify the customer across the website, and an object is created for storing the data or items selected by the customer. For each new customer, an online website server creates both ID and object. It means session tracking is mandatory for an online shopping application. So now session tracking with servlets. In servlet technology, we have four techniques to perform, as I said. The four techniques for session tracking are HTTP session, hidden fields, cookies, and URL rewriting. In the above four techniques, HTTP session and URL rewriting are for complete session tracking, that is session plus state management, whereas hidden fields and cookies are for partial session tracking, that is only state management. So hope you understood. This is about the session tracking. So I'll continue in the next class. Hello everybody, welcome back. Today I'm going to discuss about cookies in Servlet. A cookie is a small piece of information that is persisted between the multiple client requests. A cookie has a name, a single value, and optional attributes such as a comment, path and domain qualifiers, a maximum age, and a version number. By default, each request is considered as a new request. In cookies technique, we add cookie with response from the servlet. So cookie is stored in the cache of the browser. After that, if request is sent by the user, cookie is added with request by default. Thus, we recognize the user as the old user. Now, types of cookies. There are two types of cookies in servlets, non-persistent cookie and persistent cookie. Non-persistent cookie is valid for a single session only. It is removed each time when the user closes the browser. Persistent cookie is valid for multiple sessions. It is not removed each time when the user closes the browser. It is removed only if the user logouts or sign out. Now, what are the advantages of cookies? The simplest technique of maintaining the state, and cookies are maintained at the client side. And disadvantages of cookies are it will not work if cookie is disabled from the browser, and only textual information can be set in the cookie object. And I'll explain you in detail. Cookie is an object that stores text information in the form of key value pairs created on the server and sent back to the client browser and stored in the browser. In HTTP session also, the server has generated a cookie for storing session ID between server and the client. Apart from the server generated cookie, if programmer wants to additionally create any cookie, then programmer had to use the cookies concept of servlet programming. In servlet programming, the cookies is available in the package called java x.servlet.http.star. And the benefit of creating cookies in servlet programming is it is possible to transfer old data of the client along with the new data to the servlet whenever request is submitted. And creating cookie object. How do you create a cookie object? While creating an object of cookie class, it is mandatory to pass both key and value. That is, we cannot create a cookie by only key or value or an empty cookie. That is, cookie object equal to new cookie of key comma value. Then transferring a cookie from server to browser. When a cookie is created by a servlet at server side, then it must be transferred back to browser. In order to transfer a cookie from server to browser, then cookie object is added to response. To add a cookie to response object, HTTP servlet response has given a method called add cookie, that is response.addCookie of cookie object. Then how do you read cookies from browser? Whenever a client is submitted the request from browser to server, servlet should read the cookies from the browser. In order to read the cookies, HTTP servlet request interface has given a method called getCookies. So this is about cookies, and I have created one application for cookie where we are having index.html, link.html, login.html, login servlet.java, logout servlet.java, and profile servlet.java, and web.xml. So I'll show you this example for cookie. First create a dynamic web project on cookies. Then inside the source folder, first create a package here. inside the package there are two cookie servlets here, that is cookie ex1 and cookie ex2. And inside the web content we have one index.html and one web.xml in the webin folder. Web.xml should always be inside the webin folder, whereas index.html should be in the web content. So now if all of you know this web.xml contains the first servlet, servlet name is cookie x1, servlet class is cookie x1, and second servlet, servlet name is cookie x2, and servlet class is cookie x2. First servlet, servlet mapping is, inside servlet mapping we have servlet name as cookie x1 and the URL pattern is cookie 1. But the second servlet, inside the servlet mapping, servlet name is cookie x2 and the URL pattern is cookie 2. And inside the welcome file list, we have taken here index.html. So you need to mention as index.html. So first the control starts from here. You open the index.html and run the application on the server. Select the Tomcat server and select the cookies project and say finish. No need to restart the server every time. If you make any modifications only, you need to restart the server. So the server has started and here it is asking for the name. If I enter it as Scott and say if I click the button go, then it is saying welcome Scott. If I again click the button go, then it goes into cookie 2, that is hello Scott. So this is how the cookie operates. And we have one more application for cookies, that is cookie login. Cookies login. Here first create a dynamic web project by naming as cookies login. Inside the source folder, first create a package here. Inside the package, you have three servlets here. One is login servlet.java, logout servlet.java, and profile servlet.java. And inside the web content, you have three files inside the web content, that is index.html, link.html, and login.html. Then inside webin, you will have the web.xml. So here also the first servlet, the servlet name is login servlet and servlet class is login servlet. Second servlet, servlet name is logout servlet, servlet class is logout servlet. Third servlet, servlet name is profile servlet and servlet class is profile servlet. For the first servlet, define the servlet mapping here. Inside that servlet name is login servlet and URL pattern is login. For the second servlet, inside servlet mapping, the servlet name is logout servlet and the URL pattern is logout. For the third servlet, inside servlet mapping, the servlet name is profile servlet and the URL pattern is profile. Inside the welcome file list, you need to mention these three files, that is index.html, link.html, and login.html. So first open the index.html and the control starts from here. So run and right click on the index.html application and run on the server. Select the Tomcat server, select the appropriate project, particular project cookies login, and then say finish. No need to restart server every time. Just say OK. We'll clean the server once. If any errors occur, don't worry about the errors. Just stop the server. And just clean the Tomcat directory once. Then again start the server. the server is starting. So right click on the index.html application and say run as and run on server. And say next. Select the cookies login project and say finish. So you got welcome to login app by cookie. So first if I say login, I'll go into login. And if I enter the Scott and password as Scott, if I say login, it says sorry username or password error. So if I again enter Scott and if I enter the correct password, it is admin123. Then if I say login, say you are successfully logged in. Welcome Scott. If you want to see the profile, go to profile and click the profile, then welcome to profile, welcome Scott. Then at last you can log out. You are successfully logged out. So this is the cookies login application. So if you get any errors, you just clean the stop the server and clean the Tomcat directory and just start the server again and run the application. Or if you get any serious errors, you just go to Google and then type the error and search for the solution. So hope you understood, and now I'm stopping here. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about hidden form fields. In case of hidden form field, a hidden or invisible text field is used for maintaining the state of a user. In such case, we store the information in the hidden field and get it from another servlet. This approach is better if we have to submit the form in all the pages and we don't want to depend on the browser. Then what is the advantage of hidden form field? It always works whether cookie is disabled or not. And disadvantage of hidden form field is it is maintained at the server side and extra form submission is required on each page and only textual information can be used. So now I'll explain you in detail. Hidden form fields is also used for state management. Same as cookies, hidden form fields is also used for state management. It means hidden form fields is for partial session tracking. Hidden fields is similar to the cookies, but instead of cookies, hidden boxes are created. In this technique, the previous data of client is stored in the hidden boxes. When current request is given to servlet, then along with the current data, previous data of the client is sent to the servlet. For example, whenever a client is sending the request to second servlet, then along with the current data, the previous data of the client are also sent to the servlet 2. That is, servlet 1 is storing the data of the client in hidden text fields. In order to create hidden text boxes, we have to use a tag called input type equal to hidden. For each hidden box, some value must be given so that the value of hidden box will be sent to the servlet whenever a request is submitted. So both cookies and hidden fields are for state management only, but session management is not possible. So this is about the hidden fields, and now I'll show you an example on hidden form fields. So just create a dynamic web project. Just create a dynamic web project and name it as hidden form fields. And inside the source folder, first create a package. And inside the package, there are create two servlets. That is hidden form example 1 and hidden form 2 example 2. Then inside the web content, there is a index.html. And inside the webbing, there is a web.xml. So this is the root directory. And this is the directory of this dynamic web project. And as you know, this web.xml, the first servlet has servlet name as hidden form example 1 and servlet class is hidden form example 1 and second servlet name is hidden form example 2 and servlet class is hidden form example 2 and the first servlet mapping inside servlet mapping we have servlet name as hidden form example 1 and URL pattern I have taken it as form 1. And inside the servlet mapping of the second servlet name is hidden form example 2 and URL pattern is form 2. Then inside the welcome file list, as we have taken the index.html, mention it as index.html. Now the control starts from index.html. So right click on this application and just run on the server. Select Tomcat server and select the project, then pop and say finish. So it is asking for some name. If I enter the Scott and say go, then it says welcome Scott. And if I say again go, then it says hello Scott. That is what it is doing. As you observe, when the control is passing from servlet 1 index.html and say go, the control is transferred to the first servlet. The first servlet data, that is the name Scott, is transferred to the second servlet also. Hello Scott. So this is the hidden function. So hope you understood, and I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about URL rewriting. In URL rewriting, we append a token or identifier to the URL of the next servlet or the next resource. We can send parameter name or value pairs using the following format. URL question mark name 1 equal to value 1 ampersand name 2 equal to value 2 ampersand. A name and a value is separated using the equal sign. A parameter name or value pair is separated from another parameter using the ampersand. When the user clicks the hyperlink, the parameter name or value pairs will be passed to the server. From a servlet, we can use the getParameter method to obtain a parameter value. Now, what is the advantage of URL rewriting? It will always work whether cookie is disabled or not, that is browser independent. This is the advantage of URL rewriting, and extra form submission is not required on each pages. And disadvantage of URL rewriting is it will work only with links and it can send only textual information. So now I'll explain you in detail. In HTTP session, we have a major drawback. That is, this technique works, URL rewriting technique works fine if the cookies are accepted by browser. If cookies are rejected by browser, then HTTP session does not work. In order to overcome this problem, we got URL rewriting. In the case of URL rewriting, the session ID is stored in a cookie and also in the address bar. So the advantage of storing the session ID in the address bar is if browser is rejecting the cookies but still session tracking takes place. So in order to add the session ID in address bar URL, we need to add an additional method called encode URL method. So URL rewriting is nothing but HTTP session plus encode URL. But why all the real-time applications are using URL rewriting only? In real-time application development, the application developers are at server side and they don't know whether client browser is accepting or rejecting the cookies. But session tracking should work correctly even though cookies are rejected. In order to make session tracking correctly, URL rewriting is used. So how can we say that a web application is using URL rewriting or not? If URL rewriting is used, then on the browser address bar, we can find the following key equal to value pair in the address bar. So now I'll show you this URL rewriting with an example. First, create a dynamic web project for this URL rewriting. Then, inside the source folder, create a package. And inside the package, create two servlets with URL rewriting 1 and URL rewriting 2. And inside the web content, You have an index.html here, and inside the web.inf you have the web.xml. So the web.xml, inside the servlet, first servlet tag, the servlet name is URL rewriting 1, and the servlet class is URL rewriting 1. In the second servlet, inside the servlet tag, we have servlet name as URL rewriting 2, servlet class is URL rewriting 2, and the servlet mapping of the first servlet, the servlet name is URL rewriting 1, URL pattern is, I have given it as URL 1. And the servlet mapping of servlet 2, the servlet name is URL rewriting 2. The URL pattern I have taken it as URL 2. Then same the welcome file list, as we have index.html, you should specify it as index.html only. Then first the control starts from index.html. So right click on the application and say run as and run on server. Select the Tomcat server, select the particular project URL rewriting, and then say finish. So the server is run. Server has started now. So once the server is started, okay, it is asking for the name. If I enter the name as Scott, and if I click on the go, then it says welcome Scott. See here the URL writing, even though the cookie is working or not, even if the cookie is disabled also, the URL rewrite, the session tracking will take place using URL rewriting. Why? Because the data will be sent on the address bar. This username equal to Scott is the key value pairs which are sent on the address bar. And if I click on the visit, then it says name equal to Scott. So this is about URL gateway. So hope you understood this. So I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about HTTP session interface. HTTP session interface is an interface given in Java x.servlet.http package. Whenever first time the browser is sending request to server, then server creates a session ID and session object and stores the ID into that object. Before creating session ID and session object, first server verifies whether the request is given from an existing or a new browser. If the request is from new browser, then the server creates an ID and object. As a servlet programmer, if you want to utilize the session ID and object to maintain the session tracking, then we need to get that session object from the server. In order to get the session object from the server, we need to call the get session given by HTTP servlet interface. And we can use any one of the following three statements to get the session object into servlet. HTTP object equal to request.getSession, or HTTP session object equal to request.getSession of true, HTTP session object equal to request.getSession of false. In the above three statements, the get session and get session of true are same. Whenever these two methods are called, then the container of the server first verifies whether the client is a new or old one. If the client is a new, then creates a new session object and returns that session object to the servlet. If the client is existing or old one, then returns the session object of the client to the servlet. In the case of third statement, that is get session of false, the container or server returns the session object if the client is an existing, otherwise the server returns none. So the difference between get session of true and get session of false is for new client, the get session of true creates a new session object, but for get session of false, it returns null. And accordingly, okay, like when the data given by the client at the first request and second request is stored in the session object. And when a client is giving third request to servlet, then the servlet is using the first and the second request data also for processing the third request. It means servlets will store the data and reads the data from the session object whenever required. The data stored in the session object is alive until the client session ends. So a session can be defined as the time interval between login and logout. So whenever we enter email ID and password and we click on login, then a new session starts. And if you send the request to the server any number of times until we say logout, the server will treat that client is existing. And when we say logout, the session ends. If we again enter email ID and password and click on login, then another new session will be started for the client. In HTTP session interface, Servlet API has provided some methods for storing and reading the data in a session object. In a session object, data will be stored in the form of key value pairs, and we can call data as attributes of session object. And in Servlet API, there are three objects which are supporting attributes, that is request object, context object, and session object. So this is about HTTP session interface. Now I'm going to explain you with an example. So first create a dynamic web project with the name HTTP session. Then inside the source folder, create a package, and then there are two servlets created here: HTTP session 1 and HTTP session 2. And inside web content, you have an index.html, and inside webin, you have a web.xml. So this is again the same thing. This is servlet 1, this is servlet 2, and the URL pattern for servlet 1 is session 1, URL pattern for servlet 2 is session 2. And inside the welcome file list, we have an index.html file. So first you go to index.html file, right click on the application and say run on server. Select the Tomcat server and select the particular project as HTTP session and then say finish. So here it is asking for the name. So enter the name and click on this button go. Then it says welcome Scott. And if I click on the visit, it will say hello Scott. So this is about the HTTP session. So hope you understood, and I'm stopping here. So continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about events and business. Servlet listeners are similar to AWT event handling. In Servlet API, listeners are included in Servlet 2.4 API. And by using these listeners, we can develop some kind of interactive web applications. That is, in the web application programming, it is not mandatory to receive the events by creating the listener classes. If we create listener class, we can able to provide some kind of logic to execute only when the event occurs. In web application programming, web container is responsible for generating events and servlet programmer is responsible for receiving the event by creating a listener. Web container generates events only for specific web objects. That is for servlet context object, for HTTP session object and servlet request object. In Servlet 2.4, we got listeners to receive the event notifications generated by container. To create a listener, we need to implement our class from listener interface. Events are classes, whereas listeners are interfaces. So there are many event classes and listener interfaces in Java X.Servlet and Java X.Servlet.html package. Now, what are those event classes? Servlet request event, servlet context event, servlet request attribute event, servlet context attribute event, HTTP session event, HTTP session binding event, and so these are the event classes. And what are the event interfaces we are having? Servlet request listener, servlet request attribute listener, servlet context listener, servlet context attribute listener, HTTP session listener, HTTP session attribute listener, HTTP session binding listener, HTTP session activation listener. So this is about events and listeners. Hope you understood this topic. So I'll stop here. I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about filter. A filter is an object that is involved with the pre-processing and post-processing of a request. That is, filter is used before the request and before processing the request and after processing the request. It is mainly used to perform filtering tasks such as conversion, logging, compression, encryption and decryption, input validation, etc. The servlet filter is pluggable, that is, its entry is defined in the web.xml file, and if we remove the entry of the filter from the web.xml file, the filter will be removed automatically and we don't need to change the servlet. So maintenance cost will be less. In usage of filter, where do we use the filter? For recording all the incoming requests, for logs, the IP addresses of the computers from which the requests originate, for conversions, for data compressions, encryption and decryption, for validations, etc. And advantage of filter is pluggable and one filter don't have dependency onto the another resource and less maintenance. And filter API like servlet filter have its own API. And Java X.Servlet package contains the three interfaces of filter API. One is the filter interface, filter chain interface, and filter config interface. Filter interface. For creating any filter, you must implement the filter interface. Filter interface provides the lifecycle methods for a filter. Filter chain interface. The object of filter chain is responsible to invoke the next filter or resource in the chain. And this object is passed in the doFilter method of filter interface. So I'll show you the example for this filter. First create a dynamic web project called filter and inside the source folder create a package and you have one filter. I had created one filter and one servlet. And filter and servlet have the same URL pattern. URL patterns are same for a filter and a servlet. And inside web content, I'm having web.index.html and inside webin folder, I'm having web.xml. So inside web.xml, the servlet I have taken is servlet1 and the URL pattern for servlet1 is filter1 and I have taken one filter called filter1. URL pattern is also filter1, that is URL pattern for servlet and the filter is same. And inside welcome file list, I have taken the index.html. So you go to this application index.html, right click on the application and just say run on server. Select the Tomcat server and select the appropriate project, the filter, and say finish. So it is asking to click here. There is a link here. So if you click on the link, it says filter is invoked before, then welcome to servlet, then filter is invoked after. So this is about the filter. Hope you understood this. So I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about authentication filter. Now, what is this authentication filter? We can perform authentication in filters. Here we are going to check the password given by the user in the filter class. If the given password is admin, then it will forward the request to the servlet known as welcome admin servlet. Otherwise, it will display an error message. So I'll show you this with an example. So first create the dynamic web project authentication filter. Inside the source, you will create one package. Inside the package, there is one servlet known as admin servlet, and there is one filter, filter1.java. Then inside web content, you have an index.html, and inside webint folder, you have web.xml. So what are the parameters I declared in the web.xml? I have taken one filter with filter name filter1, filter class filter1, and the filter's URL pattern is filter1. Servlet name is admin servlet. Servlet class is admin servlet, and the URL pattern for the admin servlet is also filter1. Inside welcome file list, we have only index.html, so you remove the others and only you take only index.html, the welcome file list. Then go to welcome file list. Then go to index.html, right click on the application, then say run as, run on server, select Tomcat server, and select the appropriate project, authentication filter, and say finish. So now the server is starting. So here give the name as Scott, and you can give password as admin. When you say login, it says welcome admin. So what is happening here? First inside the filter, public class filter1 implements filter, then public void init filter config throws submit exception, public void do filter servlet request servlet response filter chain throws IO exception servlet exception. Print writer out equal to response dot get writer. So what is happening here? This filter is checking for, it is getting the password from the index.html using the URL filter1, and then it is storing in the password, and it is checking whether password is equal to admin. If the password is equal to admin, then using request dispatcher, then if the password is admin, then it says welcome admin. Otherwise, it will throw an error, username or password error. So this is about the authentication filter. So hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about CRUD, CRUD in servlets. That is, CRUD means create, read, update, and delete operations. This application is the most important application for any project development. That is, almost all the project depends on this CRUD application only. In servlet, we can easily create CRUD application. Now I will show you the example for this, how to develop this CRUD application. So first create a dynamic web project, CRUD. Then in the source folder create a package. Inside the source folder create a package. And then we have so many servlet files here. We have view servlet, save servlet, edit servlet, and edit servlet 2 and delete servlet, and two classes called EMP and EMPDAO. So this EMP class is nothing but it contains the setters and getters. That is public class EMP is the POJO class here. It has private integer ID, private string name, password, email, and country. Then these are the setters and getters. This is a POJO class. I hope all of you know how to create the setters and getters. That is, for example, public int get ID, then return ID, public void set ID of integer ID is argument, then this dot ID equal to ID. This is how you will write the setters and getters for the all the variables. Next is the EMPDAO. So inside web content, we are having the index.html, and inside webin folder we have web.xml. So what are the servlets we are having? Save servlet, we are having edit servlet 2, and delete servlet, and view servlet. And the URL for save servlet is save, URL for edit servlet is edit, URL for edit servlet 2 is edit 2, and URL for delete servlet is delete, URL for view servlet is view. And inside welcome file list we have index.html. So when you go to index.html, and when you add a new employee, how to add a new employee? You take one form and you create a table here, then tr, td inside the row, then these are the fields, that is name, password, email, and country. Then take the input tags and then write down the name, password, email, and country. Then these are the options for the country. Country is taken in a select tag here. These are the options for the country. And then once you say submit, then form action goes to save. So you need to go for the form action goes to save, that is save servlet. Then public class save servlet extends HTTP servlet begin protected void do post HTTP servlet request HTTP servlet response throw servlet exception IO exception. Then first set the content type to text or HTML. Then to print on the console, you take print writer out equal to response dot get writer. Then whatever fields you have submitted here, name, password, email, and country, those are acquired in this save servlet using request.get parameter and saved in this string variables, that is name, password, email, and country. Then create an object for EMP class. Then using setters and getters, you set the values for this name, password, email, and country. And in status equal to empdao.save. So it is calling the save method in the empdao. Then go to empdao save method. Inside the save method, it has created a connection object, connection con equal to empdao dot get connection, then prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepare statement of insert into user 905 is the table name which you have to create in the MySQL table. So here create table user 905 ID, here database is servlets, and create table user 905 with ID int 11 primary key auto increment. Name is varchar50, password is varchar50, email is varchar50, and country is varchar50. Once you create the table and then insert it. Here this insert query is used to insert the value. Since there are 4 parameters, you need to take 4 question marks. Here 4 parameters. Then ps dot set string. Then you get the values from the MP. You get the values and set in this prepared statement object. Then execute update. Status equal to ps dot execute update. Then con dot close. Then this again goes back to save server. Status is execute update. If status is greater than 0, that is, if any record is inserted, then out.print record saved successfully. Then request.get request dispatcher index.html dot include request response. Then it goes back to index.html. Then it says view employees. Ahref equal to view employees. If you click on view employees, it goes to view servlet. Then once it goes to view servlet, public class view servlet extends HTTP servlet, public void do get, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, throws servlet exception, IO exception. Then out.println index.html add new employee. If you want to add any more employees, then you can add any more employees also. Then in order to view the employees, it is going to the get all employees method of empdao. So it goes into empdao get all employees. So where is the get all employees method? So this is your get all employees method, public static list mp of get all employees. Then here we are creating an instance for list interface and the object for array list. Then inside the try block connection con equal to empdao dot get connection, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement, select star from user 905. Since we want to view all the employees which we have inserted in the query, then you need to write the select query. Then the result set rs equal to ps dot execute query, where it is checking whether the table is having any next records. Then emp equal to new emp, then get the records and set into this emp object. Then list dot add of key. Then it goes back to view servlet. Then it is adding to the list and take a table here and display the table headings like name, password, email, and country, and get those values here from the empdao and print the details. So, and if you want to update or delete, here you will have update and delete options also. If you want to edit, then if you want to edit, it goes to edit. Then go to edit servlet. Inside edit, update employee. That is, in order to update the employee, first get the parameter ID, request.get parameter ID and store in SID. Then convert that to integer. Then it goes to empdao method of get employee by ID. Then go to empdao get employee by ID. In order to update the table, you need to get the ID first. So public static emp get employee by ID of int ID, then emp equal to new emp, connection con equal to empdao dot get connection, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement, select star from user 905 where ID equal to. That is, you need to select one record in order to update that record. Then ps.set int of id, set the id, store the id into the prepared statement object. Then result set the rs equal to ps.execute query. If you further have any records, it is checking the condition that rs dot next. Then get the records from rs and store it in the emp object. And go back to this edit servlet and then store it in the emp object. Then form action equal to edit to method is post. That is, once you display in the table all the details to update, and once you say update, it goes to edit servlet 2.java. Then here also get the id, convert the id into integer, and based on this id, get the parameters name, password, email, and country, and store it in the string name, password, email, and country. Then employee equal to new employee, then set these values into the employee object. Then in status equal to empdao.update only. Then go to empdao update method. Excuse me. Inside the update method, you are updating here. Update user 905, set name equal to password, email, country, where id equal to question. Then get the values from the emp object and set into the prepared statement object. Then status equal to ps.execute update. Then it will go back to the edit servlet tool and it will check the status. If status is more than greater than 0, then response.send redirect to the view again. Then it will again go to the view server. So we'll run this program. So first go to index.html, right click on the application, then say run as and run on server. Select the Tomcat server and select the appropriate project CRUD and then say finish. So now the server is starting. So here if you want to add any new employee, you can add it as Scott, password is Scott, email is Scott at yahoo.com. You can select from USA and you save the employee. Once you save the employee, record saved successfully, then you can view the employees by clicking this link. Then two values are stored here. You can edit this and instead of yahoo.com, then give us gmail.com. If you want any modifications, you can make the modifications, or you can select this as UK and edit and save. So once you can edit this, you can see the modifications here, and if you want, you can delete the recordings. And if you again want to add, you can click add new employee. So this is about the CRUD. That is create, read, update, and delete. So hope you understood this project, CRUD project. So I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain a registration form, how to make a registration form in Servlets. And in this example, I have created the three pages, that is register.html, register.java, and web.xml. Now we will go to the Eclipse and see how this registration form is done. So first create a dynamic web project of registration, then inside the source create a package form.reg, and inside the package I have one servlet file, that is register.java, and I'm having one index.html here, and inside the webin I'm having web.xml. So now what are the parameters we are having in web.xml? One servlet, that is servlet name is register, servlet class is register. Inside servlet mapping, again servlet name is register and the URL pattern is reg. And inside the welcome file list, I'm mentioned index.html. And what is this? Register.java, public class register, extends HTTP servlet. And public void do post, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, throws servlet exception, IO exception. First set the content type to text/html, then print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Then whatever parameters you have entered here, that is the username, password, and the mail and country. Username, password, mail, and the country. You get those parameters here. Request.get parameter, get those parameters and store in this string n equal to store the username, string p store password, string e store the email, and string c store the country. Then try inside the try class dot for name. I am taking my MySQL driver com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver and connection con equal to driver manager dot get connection jdbc colon mysql colon double slash localhost colon 3306 slash. Okay, this is actually servlets. Database is servlets here, and username is jdbc and password is jdbc. And next, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement of insert into register user. Before inserting here, you go to MySQL and create a register user table here. Create the table of register user with name varchar50, password varchar50, email varchar50, country varchar50. After creating the table only, then you can write the query here. Insert into register user values. Since 4 parameters are there, take 4 question marks here. Then set these values, username into PS, password into PS, email and country into PS. Then int I equal to PS dot execute update. If I greater than 0, that is if any record is inserted, then you are successfully registered. So this is about registration. So hope you understood. You please run this, try to do this project on your own. And I will continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain how to upload a file in Servlets. For uploading a file to the server, method must be post and encode type must be multipart or form data in HTML file. Now we'll see how to upload the file in Eclipse. So for this you need to create a dynamic web project, upload, and inside the source folder create one package called com.upload, and here I am having one servlet name named as upload servlet, and inside the web content I am having one index.html file, and inside the webin folder I am having one web.xml. Now what are the parameters we are having in web.xml? I have one servlet named as servlet name upload servlet. Servlet class is, this is the package name followed by the servlet class com.upload.upload servlet. Then inside servlet mapping, I'm having servlet name as upload servlet and URL pattern is go. And inside welcome file list, I have taken index.html. In the index.html, once you select the file as input type equal to file and name is file name, and you say input type is submit, here value is upload, and if you say input time as, that is if you browse and select the file and say submit, then form action goes to the URL go. Go is the URL for this upload servlet.java. So public class upload servlet extends HTTP servlet, public void do post, HTTP servlet request. HTTP servlet response throws servlet exception, comma IO exception. First set the content type response.set content type of text slash HTML. Then to print on the console, print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Then here multi-part def. I'm using one interface known as multi-part def class. This is a class actually. Multi-part def equal to new multi-part def. Then out.print successfully uploaded. So go to index.html and right click on the application index.html and just run on the server. Then select the Tomcat server and select the appropriate project. It is upload project and say finish. Then here it will ask for select a file and say browse, select one file to upload. I'm selecting one file here and say it as open and say upload, then successfully uploaded. So this is how you upload a project, sorry, upload a file in the servlets. So hope you understood. Continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain how to download a file in Servlet. If there is any jar or zip file, you can directly provide a link to that file. So there is no need to write the program to download. But if there is any other Java or a JSP file or any text files, then you need to create a program to download that file. In this example, we are creating three files like index.html, download servlet.java and web.xml. So now we'll go to the Eclipse and see how to download this, how to write the code for download. First, create a dynamic web project, download, and inside the source you create one package com.download, and here I have taken one servlet, download servlet. Then inside the web content you are having the index.html file, and inside web AMF you have a web.xml file. Then what are the parameters you have here inside web.xml? Servlet name is download servlet and servlet class is com.download is a package name followed by the servlet name, servlet class. Com.download servlet. Inside servlet mapping, we have servlet name is download servlet and URL pattern I have taken as slash followed by download. Inside the welcome file list, you need to mention the index.html. When you go to index.html, I have taken one link here. You can download any file, not only a JSP file, you can download any file. So download the file. I have prepared a link here. Download the file and in HLIP, then it will go to the URL download of download servlet.java. Then here public class download servlet extends HTTP servlet, public void do get HTTP servlet request HTTP servlet response throws servlet exception IO exception. First set the response content set content type to text class HTML. Then print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Then what is the file I need to download? That file name I mentioned here. I need to download a file as file.txt, store it in the file name of string. Then the path, string file path is my file.txt is in this D drive directory. Then response.set content type to application or octet stream. Response.set header content disposition from attachment file name. Then file input stream equal to new file input stream of file path plus file name. Uh, then while I equal to file input stream dot read. First, in order to read the file, you need to create an object for file input stream. So it will check that if anything is in the file, it will check if anything is there to read in the file, then you out.write file. Then file input stream dot close. Then go to index.html, right click on the application, say run as, run on the server, and say next, select the appropriate project download and say finish. Then it asks the link download the file. If I click on download the file, if I open the, it will download the file. If I open the file, I'll get this file. So this is about how to download the file in servlets. So hope you understood. I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about this login example. That is how to write a login program. There are 5 files required for this application, that is index.html, first servlet.java, login.dao.java, second servlet.java, and web.xml. Now we'll go to Eclipse and see how to do this project. So first you need to, excuse me, first you need to create a dynamic web project login. Then inside the source folder, create a package com.login. Then I'm having 2 servlets. That is first servlet.java and welcome servlet.java. Then inside the web content, I'm having index.html. And inside webin folder, I'm having web.xml. Then the parameters, what are the parameters in web.xml? I have one servlet named as welcome servlet, and servlet class is com.login.welcome servlet. Com.login is the package name. And one more servlet I'm having, first servlet. Servlet name is first servlet. Servlet class is com.login.first servlet. Then inside servlet mapping of the first servlet, servlet name is welcome servlet, and URL pattern of welcome servlet is servlet 2. And inside servlet mapping of second servlet, first servlet name is servlet name is first servlet. URL pattern is servlet 1. So first servlet is the servlet 1, and welcome servlet is the servlet 2. Then inside welcome file list, I have taken the index.html. So once you go to index.html and you input type text name, you enter the username and password, and if you enter submit, then form action goes to servlet 1. That is the URL of the first servlet.java. Then here public class first servlet extends HTTP servlet, and public void do post. This servlet need to post the values. So HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response through servlet exception, IO exception. Then response.set content type text.html, print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Then whatever values you entered here, those are acquired in this first servlet using the URL servlet 1. That is request.getParameter username stored in string n, and request.getParameter user password stored in string p. If login DAO.validate of n comma p, go to the method inside login DAO, go to validate method. So inside this is the login DAO program. Inside login DAO, this is the validate method of string name and string pass. Boolean status is false. Try begin. Class.forName is com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Connection con equal to driver manager.getConnection. This is the URL, username and password. And prepared statement ps equal to com.prepared statement of select start from user age, where name equal to and pass equal to question mark. So before this, you need to create a table for the user age. So create table user age of name varchar 40 and password varchar 40. Then insert some values here. Insert into user age name comma pass values of Scott comma Scott. Scott is username and the Scott is the password. I inserted one value to check for validation. Then here We set the name and password into the prepared statement object, then results at r is equal to prepared statement dot execute query, then state is equal to rs dot next. So then once the login is successful, it goes to welcome servlet, and it acquires the username from the first servlet, and then it says welcome username. So we'll check this application. First go to index.html, right click and say run as run on server, and check the Tomcat server. Then select the appropriate project login and say finish. Then it asks the name and password, so I'm entering as Scott and Scott. Why? Because I inserted in the MySQL as Scott and Scott, username as Scott and password as Scott. Then if I say login, it says welcome Scott. If I enter other than Scott, if I enter some other password, then it says sorry username or password error. So it is checking for validation whether the username and password is correct or not. So this is about the login. So hope you understood. So now this is the last video, and the servlets classes in here. So I'll again continue in the JSP. We'll meet in the JSP videos. Okay, then thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. I'm going to discuss JSP in today's class. First we'll deal with the introduction. The first technology given for the development of web application is the CGI, that is Common Gateway Interface. With the CGI technology, there are some drawbacks. So Sun Microsystems released another technology called servlets for the development of web applications. While working with servlet technology, Sun Microsystems identified some problems. That is, what are the drawbacks of servlets? Servlet technology needed in-depth or complex Java code. And servlet technology failed to attract the developers or programmers working at other technologies into Sun Microsystems technology side. In order to get the market, Microsoft released a web technology called ASP, that is Active Server Pages. ASP contains a set of predefined tags to develop web applications, but it does not require in-depth coding. To overcome the problems in servlet technology, Microsoft introduced ASP. So the developers are migrated to Microsoft technology side. And in order to overcome the drawbacks of servlet technology and to make competition for ASP, Sun Microsystems released another web technology called JSP. Now, what is this JSP? JSP is a technology used to create web applications just like servlet technology, and it can be thought of an extension to servlet because it provides more functionality than servlet, such as expression language, JSTL, etc. And JSP page consists of HTML tags and JSP tags. And JSP pages are easier to maintain than servlet because we can separate designing and development. And it provides some additional features such as expression language, custom tags, etc. JSP and HTML contains tags, so it is called a server page because server page contains tags written by author, whereas servlet contains Java code written by programmer. Now we'll see some differences between servlets and JSPs. Servlet needs lot of Java coding, whereas JSP needs simple tags. In Servlet, if we modify the code, then we need to recompile, reload, and restart the server. It means it is a time-consuming process. Whereas in JSP, if we modify the code, then just we need to click on the refresh button and recompiling, reloading, restarting are not required. So it is not a time-consuming process. In Servlet, we need to implement business and presentation logic combinedly. It is not possible to separate business logic and presentation logic, and we call this problem as a page-centric problem. Whereas in JSP, we can separate the business logic from presentation logic by writing Java Bean technology. So page-centric problem is eliminated in JSP. In Servlet, we don't have implicit objects. That is, if we want to use an object, we need to get the object explicitly from the server. Whereas in JSP, we have implicit object support. And in Servlet, by default, session management is not enabled. We need to enable explicitly. Whereas in JSP, session management is enabled. Servlet accepts all protocol requests, whereas JSP only accepts HTTP protocol requests. In Servlet, packages are imported at the top, whereas in JSP, packages are imported anywhere, that is at the top or bottom or middle. In Servlet, service method needs to be overridden, whereas in JSP, we cannot override JSP service method. In servlets, we have three scopes, that is request scope, session scope, and context scope, or the application scope. Whereas in JSP, we have four scopes, that is page scope, request scope, session scope, and application scope. Servlet only supports dynamic including, whereas JSP supports both static and dynamic including. Now, what is a JSP actually? JSP is another web technology given by Sun for the development of dynamic web pages onto client browser. A JSP is called as a page but not a program because JSP contains totally tags. And a servlet is a program because we insert complex business code. And JSP page writer is called an author, whereas servlet programmer is called developer. Every JSP is internally converted into servlet by the container or server. A JSP page contains both HTML tags and JSP tags. HTML tags produce static output and JSP tags produce dynamic output. Because of JSP tags, we call JSP as dynamic web page. So this is about the JSP. And so I'll continue in the next class. So this is about introduction to JSP. Hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about the life cycle methods of JSP. We have three life cycle methods of JSP: JSP init method, and JSP service of request comma response method, then JSP destroy. As a JSP programmer, we can override JSP init and JSP destroy, but we cannot override JSP service of request comma response method. To inform the programmer that he should not override JSP service method, the method name is started with the underscore symbol. JSP accepts only HTTP protocol, whereas Servlet accepts all the protocols. When a JSP is translated into an equivalent servlet, then that servlet class extends some base class provided by the server, but indirectly it extends the HTTP servlet. JSP lifecycle methods are provided by two interfaces of JSP API, that is Java x.servlet.jsp.jsp page and Java x.servlet.jsp.http page. JSP page interface has provided two lifecycle methods, that is JSP init method and JSP destroy method. HTTP JSP page interface has provided a single lifecycle method called underscore JSP service of request comma response method. In case of Tomcat server, the Tomcat container extends the internal servlet class from HTTP JSP base class. HTTP base JSP base is an abstract class extended from the HTTP servlet and implemented from HTTP JSP page interface. So what did you understand from this? The JSP page interface has only JSP init method and JSP destroy method, and there is HTTP JSP page which extends the JSP page has underscore JSP service of request comma response method, and this HTTP and we have one more interface called as HTTP JSP base. which implements the HTTP JSP page. And this HTTP JSP base extends the HTTP servlet, which is an abstract class, and this HTTP JSP base is an abstract class given by Tomcat. So the JSP pages follows these phases: translation of JSP page, compilation of JSP page, class loading, that is the class loader loads the class file, then instantiation, object of generated servlet is created, then initialization, the container invokes the JSP init method. Then request processing, the container invokes the underscore JSP service method. Then destroy method, the container invokes the JSP destroy method. So this is the life cycle of JSP. Hope you understood. So we'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to discuss about JSP API. The JSP API consists of two packages, that is Java x.servlet.jsp and Java x.servlet.jsp dot JSP and dot HTTP JSP page. And the Java x.servlet.jsp package has two interfaces and classes. The two interfaces are as follows: JSP page and HTTP JSP page. And the classes are as follows: JSP writer, page context, JSP factory, JSP engine info, JSP exception, JSP error. What is this JSP page interface? According to JSP specification, all the generated servlet classes must implement the JSP page interface. It extends the servlet interface and it provides two lifecycle methods. That is init method and JSP init method and JSP destroy method. And HTTP JSP page interface provides the one lifecycle method of JSP, that is underscore JSP service method of request comma response. It extends the JSP page interface. So hope you understood about this JSP API. I'll continue in the next class. Okay. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain the JSP Eclipse IDE. First of all, you need to create a dynamic web project. Then second step is create a JSP file. Third step is start Tomcat server and deploy the project. So we'll see the how to run the JSP program in Eclipse. So first create a dynamic web project and name it as JSP. How do you create a dynamic web project? Go to File, New, and then go to File, New, and select the dynamic web project and give the appropriate names for the projects. Then create the dynamic web project as JSP, and then in the source folder, uh, create one package and right click on this package name and create one index.jsp. You are also having index.jsp saved in web content. Even though you right click on the package and create the JSP file, just right click on the package name and here you are having a JSP file. Whatever you require, you are having all the files here. Select a JSP file and give the appropriate names. And even though you right click on the package name and create a JSP file, the JSP file index.jsp will be stored in the web content. And the web.xml is stored in web.inf. So if you view this web.xml, you have only the welcome file list. And here inside the JSP, you're having the HTML tags, head, HTML tag, head tag, title tag, and the head and body. Inside the body, this is the syntax for JSP. Out.print, welcome to JSP. This is the syntax for JSP. How do you write the output? Using this statement, out.print, welcome to JSP. Now just right click on the application, say run as, and run on the server. Say next, and select the appropriate project, JSP, and say finish. Then the server gets started. And here, welcome to JSP is printed on the output. So this is how you create a JSP file. And how do you, for every project, for each and every project, you need to set the build path. You need to configure the build path. Right click on the project name, go to build path and configure the build path. How do you configure the build path? First go to libraries. If you assume that this jar file is not there, then go to libraries, then add external jars and select this JSP API and say apply. Then go to order and export, select all these JSP API, JRE system library, Apache and all, and select apply. Then go to deployment assembly, add the jar file here, go to Java build path entries and select the JSP API jar file. Then say apply. Then go to the targeted runtimes, select the Apache Tomcat server and say apply, and then say apply and close. If you have any errors, just control cut and copy paste. If you have any errors, it will be. Or just Google the error, then you will find the solution. This is how you will create a JSP file. The next is the okay. So hope you understood. Okay, I'll continue in the next class. Hello everybody, welcome back. I'm going to discuss about JSP scripting elements. The scripting elements provide the ability to insert the Java code inside the JSP. And there are three types of scripting elements. First is the scriptlet tag, second is the expression tag, and third is the declaration tag. First, I'm going to discuss about the declaration tag. The JSP declaration tag is used to declare fields and methods. And the code written inside the JSP declaration tag is placed outside the service method of auto-generated servlet. So it does not get memory at each request. So actually I'm going to explain about this declaration tag. Declaration tags are used to create variables and methods in a JSP. The variables and methods will become global to JSP. That is, in JSP, we can use those variables and methods anywhere. At the time of translation, the container inserts declaration tags into the class so that the variables will become instance variables and methods are instance methods. And declaration tag is printed only once for multiple requests. And this is the syntax for the declaration tag, greater than symbol, percentile, and not equal to. Here you can declare the variables and methods. So this is about the declaration tags. Next is the expression tags. JSP expression tags is used to find the result of the given expression and sends it back to the client browser. Each expression tag of JSP will be internally converted to out.print method. And then JSP out is an implicit object, that is ready-made object. And this is the syntax for the expression tag, that is greater than symbol, percentile, and equal to statement. The expression tags are converted to out.print statements and inserts the out.print statement into underscore JSP service of request comma response of servlet class by the container. The expression tags written in a JSP are executed for each request because underscore JSP service method is called for each request. And one expression tag should contain one Java expression only. In a JSP, we can use expression tags for any number of times. And in JSP, the implicit objects are allowed into tags which are inserted into underscore JSP service of request comma response method. An expression tag goes to underscore JSP service method only. So implicit objects are allowed in the expression tag. And in a declaration tag, the implicit objects are not allowed because declaration tag goes outside of underscore JSP service method. And next one is the scriptlet tag. What is the scriptlet tag? Scriptlet tag is used to execute the Java source code in JSP. That is, scriptlet tag is used to insert Java code in JSP, even though there are multiple tags given in JSP. But still, we need to insert some small piece of Java code in JSP. Scriptlet tag is used for implementing the business logic in JSP. Scriptlet tag goes to underscore JSP service method during the translation. It means scriptlet tags are executed for each request. And this is the syntax for the scriptlet tag. Greater than symbol and percentile. Here you need to insert the Java code. And we can use implicit objects of JSP in a scriptlet tag also, but the scriptlet tag goes to underscore JSP service method only. In a JSP, implicit objects are allowed in expression and scriptlet tags, but not in the declaration tags. So this is about the scripting elements. And now I'm going to show some examples of the scripting elements. First is the scriptlet tag. First, create a dynamic web project with appropriate name as scriptlet tag. Then inside the source, right click on the source and then create two files here, index.html and welcome.jsp. You right click on this package name and create the one HTML file and JSP file. They both are going to be saved in web under web content. And inside web.inf, this web.xml is going to be saved. And this web.xml contains the inside welcome file list contains the default files. And index.html, first control starts from index.html. Here inside the body tag, we have form action equal to welcome.jsp, input type equal to text, name equal to uname. Once you enter the username and you submit this, then the form action will go to the welcome.jsp. Inside welcome.jsp, this is the scriptlet tag where you insert the Java code or the business logic. A string name equal to request.get parameter of uname. The name which you entered here in the index.html, that is going to be acquired here using request.get parameter and stored in the string name. Then out.print welcome and name is going to be printed in the output. So right click on this application index.html and just say run on the server. Select the Tomcat, select the appropriate project scriptlet tag and say finish. Then the server is going to be started here. So for each and every dynamic web project, you need to configure the build path. That is, right click on the project name, go to build path and configure the build path. So you need to set all these libraries and everything. Okay. For each and every project, you need to go to the build path. You need to configure the build path. So here I'm not going to configure for each and every project, but you need to configure while writing a JSP program or a servlet program. If I enter the name as Spot and say go here, click on the button go, then I will get the output as welcome Spot. So this is the scriptlet tag where you insert the Java code inside the scriptlet tag. It accepts the business logic. And next is the declaration tag. Inside the declaration tag, first create a dynamic web project of declaration tag. Inside source, create one package com.declaration. Right click on the package and create one JSP file index.jsp. So index.jsp is going to be saved in web content. Then inside web.inf you have a web.xml file. Here web.xml contains the default files inside the welcome file list. Here declaration tag, this is the syntax for declaration tag. Here you are declaring the variables. It is int cube of int n. This is the function. This is the return type. Int is the return type. Cube of int n begin return n into n into n. That is we are finding the cube of this value of n. Then in the expression tag, I am taking one expression tag here. Then cube of 3 is call the function here. So when you run this application, just say run on server, select the Tomcat server, and select the appropriate project declaration tag and say finish. So cube of 3 is 27. You get the output like this. So this is about the declaration tag. And next one is the expression tag. So go to expression tag, create one dynamic web project expression tag. Then inside source, create one package com.expression. Right click on the package name and create one index.html file in one JSP file, welcome.jsp file. And these two files are saved in web content. And you have one web.xml file also. Here these are the default files in welcome file list. First the control goes to index.html. Here when you type input type equal to text, name equal to username, and you submit the username, form action goes to welcome.jsp. Inside the welcome.jsp, this is the syntax for expression tag. And here it is saying welcome plus the name which you entered in index.html is acquired here using request.get parameter. So go to index.html. So go to index.html, right click on the application, say run on server. And select the Tomcat server, select the appropriate project, expression tag, and say finish. Then here when you enter the name here as Spot, it says and click the button go, it says welcome Spot. So this is about the scripting elements. So how many types of scripting elements you are having? You are having expression tag, declaration tag, and the scriptlet tag. So hope you understood. I'm going to continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Today I'm going to discuss about implicit objects. There are totally 9 JSP implicit objects. These objects are created by the web container that are available to all the JSP pages. And the available implicit objects are out object, request object, config, session, application, exception, etc. And first is the JSP out implicit object. For writing any data to the buffer, JSP provides an implicit object named out. It is the object.jsp writer. Whereas in case of servlet, you need to write it as print writer out equal to response.getWriter. Next is the request. JSP request is an implicit object of type HTTP servlet request that is created for each JSP request by the web container. It can be used to get request information such as parameter, header information, remote address, server name, server port, content type, character encoding, etc. It can also be used to set, get, and remove attributes from the JSP request code. Next is the response. In JSP, response is an implicit object of type HTTP servlet response, and the instance of HTTP servlet response is created by the web container for each JSP request. It can be used to add or manipulate the response, such as redirect response to another resource, send error, etc. Next is the config object. JSP config is an implicit object of type servlet config, and this object can be used to get initialization parameter for a particular JSP page. The config object is created by the web container for each JSP page. Generally, it is used to get initialization parameter from the web.xml file. Next is the application. JSP application is an implicit object of type servlet context. The instance of servlet context is created only once by the web container when application or project is deployed on the server. And this object is also can be used to get the initialization parameter from configuration file, that is web.xml. It can also be used to get, set or remove the attribute from the application scope. And this initialization parameter can be used by all the JSP pages. Next is the session object. In JSP, session is an implicit object of type HTTP session, and the Java developer can use this object to set, get or remove the attributes or to get the session information. Next is the page context object. In JSP, page context is an implicit object of type page context class. The page context object can be used to set, get or remove the attribute from one of the following scopes. What are these scopes? Page scope, request scope, session scope, application scope. In JSP, page scope is the default scope. And next is the page object. In JSP, page object is an implicit object of type object class. This object is assigned to the reference of auto-generated servlet class. It is written as object page is equal to this. For using this object, it must be cast to servlet type. For example, HTTP servlet of page.logof message. Since it is of type object, it is less used because you can use this object directly in JSP. For example, this.log of message. Next is the exception object. In JSP, exception is an implicit object of type java.line.global class, and this object can be used to print the exception, but it can only be used in error pages. And it is better to learn it after the page directory. It is %page is error page equal to true. Inside the body, you need to write it as sorry following exception occurred equal to exception. So I'll show you these with some examples. So first is the out object. First create a dynamic web project of out, naming as out. Inside the source, create one com.out package and right click on the package and create one index.jsp. And there is also a web.xml inside a web.env folder. And this web.xml contains the default files inside welcome file list. This index.jsp contains out.print. This is an out object. So out.print today is java.util.calendar.getinstance.getTime. You will get the date and time for this. Right click on the application, just say run as and run on the server. Select the server, click on the appropriate project and say finish. Then you will get today is Sunday, April 11th and the time, date and time. So this is about out implicit object. And next is the config. Sorry, application object also we are having. Create one dynamic web project application. Inside source, create one dev package and right click on the package and create one index.html file and one welcome.jsp file. And inside web.inf you have web.xml. Web.xml consists of servlet name, default files and also servlet name as cont, JSP file as welcome.jsp. And the URL pattern is welcome. And the initialization parameters given here is for application. Application means it is a servlet context. It is applied to all the JSP pages. So what are the context parameters we are passing here? Param name is the driver name and param value is MySQL driver, that is com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. So first control goes from web.xml to index.html Here input type equal to text, name equal to username. When you submit, say submit, form action goes to welcome URL of the welcome.jsp. Then here out.print welcome, it will access the username from index.html using request.get parameter. It says welcome and string driver equal to application.get init parameter. It gets the parameter from web.xml. It gets the driver name from web.xml and it brings the driver name. So just right click on the index.html file and run the application. Run on the server, say next. Just click the project application and say finish. Enter the name here as Scott. And when you say click the go button, it says welcome Scott and driver name is com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. So this is about application implicit object. Next is the config. So config, create a dynamic web project config and create one package, right click on the source, create one package com.config and right click on the package and create two files, that is index.html and welcome.jsp. And you are also having one web.xml file. Here also servlet name is Scott and ASP file is welcome.jsp. Here we are passing the init parameters inside the servlet. Why? Because config applies to only one JSP page. So init, these are local to the JSP, so they are passed inside the servlet tab. Init param name is driver name, param value is com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. And the URL pattern is welcome. So first control goes from web.xml to index.html. First input type equal to text, name, username. Once you enter the username and say submit, the form goes to URL welcome of welcome.jsp. Then it gets the username from index.html using request.get parameter and prints that welcome username. Then string driver equal to config.get init parameter. It gets the initialization parameters from web.xml, gets the driver name and stores in the driver. Then out.print driver name. So now right click on this application, index.html, run on the server. Then just say next, select the server and select the appropriate project name as config and say finish. So just enter the Scott here, name and say enter. So welcome Scott and driver name is com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. So this is about config. Config is applicable to only a single JSP page. And next is the exception, implicit object. Create one dynamic web project exception. Inside the source, right click on the source, create one package, and right click on the package and create three files here, error.jsp, index.html, and then process.jsp. Then one web.xml file is present in web.yml. So what happens here inside the web.xml, you have your default files in welcome file list. Then from here the control goes to index.html. Here form action is process.jsp, input type equal to text, name equal to n1 and input type equal to text, name equal to n2. You enter the two numbers and say submit. And then form action goes to process.jsp. And once you say submit, then this file will get the numbers from the index.html using request.get parameter, stores in number1 and number2, and this num1 and num2 are converted to integers as they are in the form of strings. Then int c equal to a by b, that is we are performing the division of these two numbers. Then out.print division of numbers is c. If you divide a number by 0, then the error page equal to error.jsp. It will throw an exception and it will go to error.jsp. Inside error.jsp, we have sorry an exception occurred and an exception is percentile equal to exception. So this is about exception implicit object. Next is page context. Create one dynamic web project, page context, inside source, create one package, and right click on the package and create three files, that is index.html, second.jsp, and welcome.jsp. Then inside the webin folder, you have one web.xml. Web.xml contains default files inside the welcome file list. First, the control comes from web.xml to index.html. Here, form action equal to welcome.jsp, input type equal to text, name equal to your name. Once you enter the username and say submit, form action goes to welcome.jsp. Inside welcome.jsp, this gets the username from the index.html using request.get parameter and stores in the string name. Then out.print welcome name. Then page context dot set attribute of user comma name. This is used to set the attribute for user comma name and page context dot session scope. Then it goes to when you click when this link when you click on this link second JSP page, then it goes to second.jsp. Inside second.jsp, string name equal to string of page context dot get attribute user comma. So this is in the welcome file, it is setting the attribute using page context dot session scope, and here in the second.jsp it is getting the attribute. Then hello in the hello name. So go to index.html, right click on the project, say run as, run on the server, select the Tomcat server, select the appropriate project page context, then say finish. Then enter the name here, Scott, then welcome Scott. If you click this link second JSP page, then you get hello Scott. So this is the page context implicit object. And next is the request. Create one dynamic web project request, and inside source create one package com.request, right click on the package and here create one two files index.html and the welcome.jsp, and inside webin folder you have a web.xml. So first web.xml contains the default files inside welcome folders, then the control enters from web.xml to index.html. Here form action equal to welcome.jsp, once input type equal to text, name equal to username. You enter the user name and say submit, then the form action goes to welcome.jsp. Inside welcome.jsp, this gets the username using from index.html using request.get parameter and stores in the string name. In out.print welcome name. This is the request implicit object. So right click on the index.html and run as, run on the server. Select the Tomcat server and select the appropriate project request and say finish. Then once you enter the username as Scott, you get welcome Scott. This is the request implicit object. Next is the response implicit object. First create one dynamic web project response, create one package form.response, right click on the package and create one index.html file and one welcome.jsp file. And inside webin folder you have one web.xml file. Web.xml file contains default files and welcome file is so control enters from web.xml to index.html. Here form action equal to welcome.jsp, input type equal to text, name equal to username. Once you enter the username and say submit, then form action goes to welcome.jsp. Inside welcome.jsp, the response goes to response.send redirect to. Here this is a response implicit object. That's why we are using response object here. So response.send redirect to google.com. So right click on the application index.html and say run as and run on the server. Select the Tomcat server and select the project response and say finish. So once you enter the username as Scott and say enter, then the response redirects to Google website. So this is about the response implicit object. So I hope you understood about these implicit objects. So I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to explain about directives, JSP directives. The JSP directives are the messages that tell the web container how to translate a JSP page into the corresponding servlet. And directives, JSP directives don't produce any output on the browser directly. These JSP directives are used to add some additional behavior to servlet during translating the JSP to servlet. In JSP, we have following three directives: include directive, page directive, and tag loop directive. The syntax of JSP directive is greater than symbol, percentile, at the rate, directive, then attribute equal to value. The JSP page directive defines attributes that apply to an entire JSP page. So first I'll discuss about the include directive. Include directive Include directive is used to include the code of one JSP to other JSP during translation time. If we include one JSP to another JSP, then during translation time, the JSP engine creates a single servlet internally. If we write the include directive, then the code of one JSP is included to another JSP, but not the response at runtime. So we call the include directive as a static including or compile time including or inline including. In a single JSP page, we can include any number of other JSPs. It means we don't have any restriction. And while including both source and destination pages must be JSP pages only. And in include directive, we have only one attribute, and that is called the file attribute. That is greater than symbol, percentile, at the rate, include file equal to resource name. So this is the example for include directive HTML body percentile greater than percentile at the rate include file equal to header.html. Then today is this is the greater than percentile equal to java.util.calendar.getInstance.getTime. That is, this include directive will include the file header.html in this code. And what are the advantages of include directive? Code reusability. Only code reusability is the advantage of include directive. And the include directive reduces the burden on server because of multiple JSPs internally. Only one servlet is created. For multiple JSPs internally, only one servlet is created and one object is created. It means number of servlet objects are reduced. So burden on the server is also reduced. And next one is the page directive. What is a page directive? Actually, page directive defines attributes that apply to an entire JSP page. Syntax of JSP page directive is percentile greater than percentile at the rate page attribute equal to value. Excuse me. Page directive is for setting important behavior to a servlet during translation, and the important behavior means like exception handling, session management, importing packages, MIME type settings, etc. And there are many attributes for the page directive. The attributes of JSP page directive are import attribute, content type, extends, info, buffer, language, is EL ignored, is thread safe, auto flush, session, page encoding, error page, and is error page. So now we'll discuss one by one. The import attribute is used to import class, interface, or all the members of a package. It is similar to import keyword in Java, class, or interface. And the import attribute is used to import either predefined or user-defined packages into JSP. While importing the packages into JSP, we can import anywhere in the JSP, that is at the beginning of JSP, or in the middle of JSP, or at the end of JSP. And we can import multiple packages also at the time by separating package names with comma or semicolon. Even though we import the packages at multiple places in JSP, but during translation, all the imports are placed on the top of the servlet. The only one attribute of page directive that can be repeated with different values is the import attribute. So the syntax for import attribute is greater than symbol percentile at the rate page import equal to java.util.stars, comma java.sql.star. We can import any number of packages. And next is the content type. Content type content type attribute defines the MIME, that is multipurpose internet mail extension type of HTTP response, and the default value of content type is text/HTML char set equal to ISO-8859-1. This content type attribute is used to set MIME type for the response, and the default MIME type is text/HTML. And if we want to set the MIME type in JSP, then we have two ways. We can call the set content type using content type attribute, and the syntax for this is greater than symbol percentile at the rate page content type equal to text/HTML, or greater than symbol percentile response dot set content type of text/XML or HTML. So this is about content type. Next is the extends attribute. The extends attribute defines the parent class that will be inherited by the generated servlet, and it is rarely used. This extends attribute is used to provide the class name from which we want to extend the internal servlet class. And when JSP is converted into equivalent servlet, then internal servlet class extends some base class which is provided by the container. Instead of extending from the container the given class, we can also specify our class name by writing extends attribute. Then if we want to specify our class name, then our class name should extend the server given class, or our class should extend HTTP servlet and it should implement HTTP JSP page interface. In case of Tomcat server, the class name should extend HTTP base class, or the class name should extend the HTTP servlet and it should implement HTTP JSP page interface. Public class name extends HTTP JSP base, and public class name extends HTTP servlet implements HTTP JSP page. This is about extends attribute, and next is the info attribute. Info attribute simply sets the information of the JSP page which is retrieved later by using getServlet info method of servlet interface. Info attribute is used to write the description for JSP page. We can also write description by using comment tags, but it is not possible to read the description written in comment tags. In case of info attribute, we can read the comment or description whenever it is required by calling a method called getServletInfo method. Next is the buffer method. And the buffer, the default value of this buffer attribute is 8 KB, 8 kilobytes, and we can increase or decrease the buffer size by using buffer attribute. In JSP, we use an implicit object buffer for generating response called out. Now it is an object of JSP Writer class and it makes use of buffer internally. JSP Writer is similar to Print Writer, but difference is Print Writer does not use buffer, whereas JSP Writer makes use of buffer. That is, JSP Writer is equal to Print Writer plus buffer. And a buffer is like cache memory, and when first time an application is executed, then it makes some slow performance, but from next time onwards it increases the performance of application. In a JSP page, we can do the buffer settings by using the buffer attribute. And if you want to make JSP writer equal to print writer, we should make the buffer attribute as none. That is greater than symbol percentile at the rate page buffer equal to none. Automatically, the data from buffer will be copied to response object by internally calling the flush method. And we can also explicitly call flush method by using out.flush method. And this is the example for buffer attribute greater than symbol percentile at the rate page buffer equal to 16 KB. And today is greater than symbol percentile equal to new java.util.date. Next is the language attribute. And okay, language attribute specifies the scripting language used in the JSP page. The default value is Java. This language attribute is given to provide the language supported by JSP tags. The default language and only supported language is Java. The syntax is greater than symbol percentile at the rate page language equal to Java. And next attribute is EL ignored. And what is this is EL ignored? Yes, is EL ignored is we can ignore the expression language EL in JSP by the is EL ignored attribute. By default, its value is false. That is, expression language is enabled by default. And we see expression language later. And the syntax is person greater than percentile at the rate page is EL ignored equal to true. Now EL will be ignored. Is EL ignored in a JSP by default, expression language is disabled. By default, expression language is disabled and the EL will not be executed. And the default value of is EL ignored is true. If you make this attribute as false, then EL will be executed. And next is the is thread safe. And, is thread safe default value for each thread safe attribute is true, but by depending on the value of each thread safe, a container allows either multiple threads or single thread to access the JSP page. If we write each thread safe equal to false, then container allows single thread at a time to access the JSP page. If each thread safe equal to true, then container allows multiple threads to access the JSP at a time. And if we write each thread safe equal to false, then the internal roulette created by the container implements single thread model interface. Next is error page. Now, what is an error page? While executing the JSP, if any exception is occurred, then that exception stack trace will be printed on the client browser. If you want to transfer the control to another JSP, whenever an exception is occurred in the current JSP page, then we need to add error page attribute of page directive. If we add error page to JSP, then control is transferred to error page only if an exception is occurred, otherwise control will not be transferred. If we add error page attribute for page directive in JSP, then we call it as a local exception handling. And this is the example for error page attribute. Greater than percentile at the rate page error page equal to my error page dot JSP. That is, whenever you divide a number, that is 100 divided by 0, whenever an exception is generated, then the error page, then the control will be transferred to this my error page dot JSP. Is error page attribute. Is error page attribute is used to declare that the current page is the error page. Is error page attribute is used to make a JSP as an error page, and the default value of this attribute is false. That is, by default, a JSP page is not acting as an error page. If we write is error page equal to true, then that JSP is acting as an error page. If JSP is acting as error page, then only an implicit object called exception is available in that JSP page. Otherwise, we cannot access or use the exception object in the JSP page. And this is the syntax for is error page attribute. That is, whenever is error page is true only, then we can declare that the current page is the error page. That is the exception. This is the error page. That is, sorry, an exception occurred. The exception is percentile equal to exception. So this is about the page directive. So I'll continue in the next class. Hope you understood about this page directive. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class, I'm going to discuss about action tags. There are many JSP action tags or elements. Each JSP action tag is used to perform some specific task. And the action tags are used to control the flow between the pages and to use the Java bean. So these action tags are given in JSP to separate the presentation logic and business logic of JSP. And the name is given as standard action because each action has predefined meaning and has a programmer. And as a programmer, it is not possible to change the meaning of the tag. Standard actions are not completely separating the presentation logic with business logic, but partial separation of these two logics is possible. And each standard action follows the XML syntax, and we do not have any equivalent HTML syntax. And the standard actions given by JSP are JSP colon use bean, JSP colon set property, JSP colon get property, JSP colon forward, JSP colon include, JSP colon parent, JSP colon params, JSP colon plugin, and JSP colon fallback. These all are the JSP action tags. Now, if you consider JSP colon use bean. First of all, what is a Java bean? A Java bean is a Java class that should follow the following conventions. It should have a no argument constructor. It should be serializable. It should provide methods to set and get the values of the properties known as getter and setter methods. In JSP, it is possible to separate the presentation logic from its business logic. If you want to separate both presentation logic and business logic in JSP, then we need to create Java Bean. And we can implement the business logic into Java Bean, and we can call that business logic from a JSP. And the advantage of separating the business logic into Java Bean class is we will get the reusability. It means Java Bean business logic can be called from any JSP or multiple JSPs. In a JSP, if we want to call the business method of Java Bean class, then first we need an object of Java Bean class into JSP. In order to create a Java Bean object in a JSP, we need JSP colon use bean. To say Java class Java Bean, the following rules are required or satisfied. The class must be stored within a package, and the class must be public, and class should implement a serializable interface. And class must contain public default constructor. Class should contain private properties, and each property must contain public setters and getter methods. So the syntax for this use bean is JSP colon use bean, ID equal to object name, class equal to fully qualified class name, and scope equal to scope name. Like so the default scope is taken as page scope. And we have following four types of scopes here: page scope, session scope, request scope, and application scope. When the business logic is separated into Java Bean, the business logic depends on input values submitted to the client. Whenever a client is submitting the input, The JSP will receive the input and JSP will send or transfer to Java Bean. If a JSP wants to send or transfer input values into Java Bean, then JSP has to call setter methods. And in order to call setter methods, JSP uses JSP colon set property name equal to ID1 and property equal to, for example, username and param equal to u. And why Java Bean itself is not taking input from the browser? A Java Bean cannot receive HTTP request because Java Bean is unknown about HTTP protocol. So Java Bean cannot read input from the browser. What are these advantages of the Java Bean? The Java Bean properties and methods can be exposed to another application. It provides an easiness to reuse the software components. Disadvantages of Java Bean are Java Beans are mutable, so it cannot take advantages of immutable objects. And creating the setter and getter methods for each property separately may lead to the boilerplate code. And next is the okay, okay, then JSP get property colon JSP colon get property. This standard action is used for reading value of the Java Bean property into JSP. Whenever this tag is used in JSP, whenever this tag is used in JSP, then getter method of property is called, and it is not possible to read all the properties of Java Bean at a time by calling getter methods. It means we cannot write property equal to star. Always JSP colon get property must be used at outside of JSP colon use field. Only two attributes are allowed in JSP colon get property. Those are the name and the property. For example, JSP colon get property name equal to ID1 and property equal to username. And next is the JSP colon forward. What is this JSP colon forward? This standard action. Okay. JSP colon forward action tag. This standard action is used to forward a client request from one JSP page to another JSP page. And this standard action internally uses request dispatches forwarding mechanism. While forwarding a client request, the destination resource can be a JSP or a servlet or a HTML page. While forwarding a client request, the source and destination resources must be within the same server. And while forwarding a client request, if destination is a JSP page, then we should pass name of JSP, and if it is servlet, then we should pass URL pattern of the servlet. While forwarding client request, automatically the request will be forwarded, and along with the request parameters are also forwarded. Along with the request parameters, we can also add the additional parameters while forwarding the request. And this can be done by using JSP colon param tag. While forwarding request from a JSP from a.jsp to b.jsp, automatically username and password are forwarded, and along with that additional parameters called age is also forwarded to b.jsp, and that is using JSP colon param tag. And if we want to pass more than one additional parameter, we should put JSP colon param tag inside JSP colon param tag. That is example JSP colon forward page equal to b.jsp. Inside that JSP colon params. Inside that JSP colon param name equal to age value equal to 10. So we cannot use JSP colon param and JSP colon params tags individually. It means these tags must be used inside other tags. So this is about JSP colon param and params tags. And next is JSP colon. While forwarding a request, if destination resource is available in another web application server, then we should mention or provide the web application name also. And next is the JSP colon include tag. And this standard action is used to include the response of one resource into another resource, one resource into another resource. And in JSP, we have two types of including, that is static including and dynamic including. In JSP, we use include directive for static and include action for dynamic including. Include action internally uses request dispatches including mechanism. And we'll see the differences between include directive and include action. Include directive In include directive, the code of one JSP page is inserted into another JSP, and we call it as compile time or static including. Whereas in include action, the response of one page will be inserted into the another page, and we call it as runtime or dynamic including. In include directive for both source and destination pages, only a single servlet will be generated internally, so number of servlet objects are reduced. Whereas in include action, individual servlets are generated for each JSP, so it increases the number of servlet objects. In include directive, the destination must be JSP page only, whereas in include action, the destination resource can be a JSP page or HTML page. And in JSP include directive, we have both HTML and XML syntax for the tag. Whereas in the include action, we have only XML syntax, but there is no HTML syntax. In include directive, the file must be available within the same web application. Whereas in include action page, the page may be in the same or another web application of the server. Excuse me. Include directive gives more performance than include action, but still we use include action frequently because it can include either from the same web application or other web application also. Whereas while including one resource into another, the control is temporarily shifted from source to destination, and again the control comes back to the source. So it is possible to include multiple destination resources into single source. And while including one resource into another resource, it is possible to add additional parameters, and it is done by using the JSP colon parent tag. Next is the JSP colon plugin tag. This standard action is used for integrating a JSP with a Java bean or a GUI or an applet. And we communicate from JSP with an applet. And when JSP wants to show the response on the browser in the form of GUI. Java beans are of two types, CUI bean and GUI bean. In CUI bean, we implement some kind of business logic, whereas in GUI, we implement some kind of presentation logic. And GUI beans are now an outdated concept, and we use applets to display GUI presentation on browser. And JSP colon plugin tag is used for integrating from JSP to Java applet. If a JSP is directly displaying the response on a browser, it will be printed in the form of text. But JSP cannot directly display the response in GUI format. If a JSP wants to display the response in GUI format, then the JSP should integrate with an applet using JSP colon plugin tag. If a JSP is unable to contact with applet, then that applet will not be displayed on the browser. It is possible to provide some alternate message on the browser if an applet is not displayed on the browser. And the alternate message is given by using JSP colon fallback tag. While integrating from JSP to applet, if we want to pass any additional parameters also, we can use the JSP colon parent tag. And so this is about the action tags. Hope you understood, and I'll continue in the next class. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to explain about MVC. MVC stands for Model View and Controller. It is a design pattern that separates the business logic, presentation logic, and the data. Controller acts as an interface between view and the model. controller intercepts all the incoming requests, and model represents the state of the application, that is data. It can also have the business logic, that is the model contains the business logic, and controller accepts all the incoming requests, and view represents the presentation, that is UI, user interface. An advantage of MVC architecture is navigation control is centralized and easy to maintain the large application. Now I'll show you the example for this MVC. So first create a dynamic web project with name MVC, and inside the source I had created a package named com.mvc, and inside the package I had created one servlet, controller servlet, and also one login bean. Login bean.java. This is a Pojo class or bean class. And inside web content, I am having one index.jsp, login error.jsp, and login success.jsp. And inside webin, we are having one web.xml folder. So first, what does this web.xml contain? This web.xml contains one servlet. Inside servlet tag, we have servlet name as controller servlet, and servlet class is com.mbc is the package. So com.mbc.controller servlet. And inside servlet mapping, we are having servlet name is controller servlet, and URL pattern I had taken is controller servlet only. Then inside the welcome file list, we have index.jsp, and okay, so you can also mention the other JSP files. We are having index.jsp as well as login error.jsp. So login error.jsp and also login success.jsp. So you should mention all the JSP files or whatever HTML files you are having. You should mention inside the welcome file list. Okay, so this is my welcome file list. Inside welcome file list, I'm having the index.jsp, login error.jsp, and login success.jsp. First, the control goes from web.xml to the index.jsp. And inside the index, this is the login bean. This is the bean class or the Pojo class. It contains here, I have taken the two variables, that is the string name and password, and this contains the getters and setter methods. Okay, and one validate method here. Inside validate method, I have checked one condition like if password dot equals admin only, then return true, else return false. Then first the control goes starts from index.jsp. First input type equal to text, name equal to name. Then input type equal to password, name equal to password. First we need to enter the name and password, and we say submit. Then the action control goes to the controller servlet. URL pattern is controller servlet of the controller servlet class. So inside controller servlet, we have protected void do post HTTP servlet request HTTP servlet response throw servlet exception IO exception response dot set content type to text slash HTML, and print writer out equal to response dot get writer in order to print out the console. Then first whatever parameters you submitted in this index.jsp, those parameters are acquired in this controller servlet using request.get parameter name and password, and stored in these variables string name and string password. Then next an object is created for login bean. Login bean equal to new login bean. Then bean.set name. It is calling the setter methods of this login bean, and the name is this name is stored in the bean object. Password is also stored in the bean object. Then request dot set attribute bean comma bean. You are setting the attribute value for bean. Then boolean status equal to bean dot validate. Then the control goes to the validate function in the login bean. Then it is checking whether if password is equal to admin or not. If password equals to admin, it returns true. Otherwise, returns false. Then if status. Means if password is admin, then request dispatcher goes to object for request dispatcher is created. Request dispatcher RT equal to request dot get request dispatcher login success. If password is equal to admin, then the control goes to login success. Then you are successfully logged in. And again login bean equal to request dot get attribute of bean. Inside the bean you have the name. So out dot print welcome plus bean dot get name. From this bean you are getting the name and it will welcome with that name. And if it is a failure, then it goes to request dispatcher RT equal to request dot get request dispatcher login error dot JSP. If the password is not equal to admin, then it goes to login error dot JSP. Here sorry username or password error. Then again include file equal to index.jsp. Again we need to log in. So we'll run this file. So first open the index.jsp application. Right click on index.jsp and say run as run on the server. And select the Tomcat server. Select the appropriate project, MVC project and say finish. And just restart the server. So the server is starting now. See, you need to set the configuration. You need to configure the build path for this project also. For each and every project, you need to configure the build path. And also here you need to select the two jar files, that is servlet API.jar and JSP.jar. Why? Because you are also using a servlet here, controller servlet, and also JSP file, JSP. So you need to select two jar files, that is servlet API.jar and JSP API.jar. So the server is starting now. There is some problem here. We'll stop the server and then we'll run it again. Sometimes the server may go into some problem. So if the server is in problem, just you clean the Tomcat directory, clean the Tomcat working directory. And just you go to project, and just go to project, clean the project. Just clean only the particular project, appropriate project. Don't clean all the projects. Just clean the MVC project. Once the project is clean, then build the project. You say build project. Then after that one, start the server. Server is starting now. Yeah, the server has started. Now just right click on the application and say run on the server. And select the Tomcat server and select the appropriate project MVC and say finish. Then you get the login page here. Enter the name as Scott and enter the password as admin. If password is admin, then it goes to login success. Yeah, you are successfully logged in. Welcome, Scott. If you enter the password other than admin, if you enter some other password and say login, then what happens? It says sorry, password and name and password error. Sorry, username or password error. You need to log in again. So this is about the MVC, Model View Controller, where model contains the business logic, view contains the presentation logic, and controller servlet accepts the incoming request. So this is about the model view controller. Hope you understood this program. So I'll continue in the next class. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class I am going to explain about pagination. We can create pagination example in JSP easily, and it is required if you have to display many records. That is, when is this pagination required? Pagination is required when we need to display many records or multiple records. So displaying many records in a single page may take time. So it is better to break the page into parts. If you have multiple records, then displaying all these records in one page may not be possible. So you need to break the page into parts or multiple pages. To do so, we create pagination application. In this pagination example, we are using MySQL database to fetch the records. And we have created EMP table in the database, and the MP table has three fields, that is ID, name and salary. So either create the table and insert records manually or import the SQL file. So I will show the example for this pagination. First, create one dynamic web project for pagination and give the name as pagination. And inside the source, create one package known as com.pagination. And inside this package, I have created one bean class, that is EMP. EMP is the bean class or the Pojo class, which contains the variables int id, string name and float salary. And these are the getters and setter methods. And next is the EMP DAO class. And next we are also having inside the web content, we have index.jsp and view.jsp. And inside the webin folder, we are having the web.xml. So now what this web.xml contains? It contains only the welcome file list because there is no servlet here. So there is no servlet tag. As we are not taking any servlet application, there is no servlet tag here. Only there is a welcome file list. Inside the welcome file list, we have two files, index.jsp and view.jsp. So before that, you need to create a table for EMP. You need to create a table EMP with ID int 11, primary key auto increment, name is varchar 50 and salary is float. Create this table inside the MySQL database. Then insert into EMP whatever values you want, insert some values there. And after inserting the values, then first the control goes from web.xml to index.jsp. Inside index.jsp, I am using one anchor tag here, anchor tag h reference a, h reference equal to view.jsp. That is, once you click this link, view employees, the page is redirected to view.jsp. Now, what does this view.jsp contain? View.jsp contains uh, this string spage id is equal to request dot get parameter of page. First, it is requesting for this page number. Page number is 1 here. So this view.jsp is getting the page number using request dot get parameter, and that page number is storing in spage id. Then int page id equal to integer dot parse int of spage id. Then converting this spage id to integer. Since spage id is a string here, we are converting it to integer using integer dot parse int. Then take one variable int total equal to 5. And if page id equal to 1, then do nothing. Else if page id is other than 1, then decrement the page id and page ID is assigned to page ID into total plus 1. So then list, create one list object here. List object is equal to com.pagination.empdao. From the empdao file, you access this method get records of page ID and total. So it will go to empdao and it will go to the get records method, that is public static list get records of int start comma into total. Then create one instance for the list interface here. List is an interface here. List equal to new array list, that is create an object for array list. Array list is a class here. Then try connection equal to connection con equal to get connection. Then prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement of write the query here. Select start from EMP and limit equal to start minus 1 comma plus total comma total. And that is what is the limit, since start equal to 1. Okay, like what the values of start and total are given in this view.jsp. Your total is 5 and your start is equal to it will start from 0. Okay, so next result set rs equal to ps dot execute query, while rs dot next, it is checking the condition whether this emp table contains any next record. If it contains the records, then create an object for emp table, that emp class, that is bean class emp equal to new emp. Then store the records in the way the values which are stored in the result set are again stored in this emp object, that is e dot set id of rs dot get int of 1 means the values which are stored in the result set object. When you say result set rs equal to ps dot execute query, the records are stored in the result set object. Then from the result set object, the values are stored in the emp object e. Then list dot add e. You are adding it to the list. Then con dot close. Then after adding to the list, this goes back to the view.jsp and then will store in this page ID and total. It will store in this list object. Then out.print page number is s page ID and out.print border equal to 1, self padding 4, width equal to 60%. It will display the table border and what are the headings for the table ID, name and salary. And for EMPE colon list, you are using for each loop here. Then out.print, you are stored in the E object, employee bean class object. Then you need to display. That is out.print E.get ID and E.get name and E.get salary. Then out.print end the table. Then you have 3 pages here. You have broken into 3 pages. Page 1, page 2 and page 3. So once you run this application, go to index.jsp, right click on this application and say run as. Once you run on the server, select the Tomcat server, select the appropriate project, pagination, and then say finish. Then you get index.jsp link is there, view employees. Once you click on the link view employees, here your table will be displayed there like this. Your EMP table contains 3 records. First record, first ID is name is Scott and his salary is 75,487.4. Second ID is Tiger, name is Tiger and his salary is 87,595.3. And third ID is name is Trump and his salary is 94,847.4. So if you click on the first record, first page, then you have these 3 records in the first page. But if you click on the second page, you have no records. And if you click on the third page also, you have no records. Just the first page contains the 3 records. If you insert more records here, as the number of records increases, the table, the records will be adjusted into the second page and the third page. So this is about the pagination example. Hope you understood this. So hope you understood this pagination. So I'll continue in the next class. Okay. So thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Now I'm going to in this class I'm going to explain the CRUD example. CRUD stands for Create, Read, Update and Delete. First, create a dynamic web project for CRUD. Then inside the source, create one package called named as com.crud. Inside the package, you create one user.java is the bean class or the Pojo class, which contains all the setters and getter methods. And the variables which I used here are integer ID and string name, password, email, sex, and country. So these are the setters and getters for this user bean class. The next is the user DAO class, and here these are the inside the inside the web content folder. I have created one add user.jsp, add user error.jsp, add user form.jsp, add user success.jsp, delete user.jsp, edit form.jsp, edit user.jsp, index.jsp, user form.html, and view users.jsp. And inside webin, I have one web.xml where all these files are configured in this welcome file list. Uh, then first the control enters from web.xml to index.jsp. Then inside index.jsp, what is happening? Here, in order to add the users, first of all, you need to create a table for register in the MySQL database. Create table register of ID into 10 not null and auto increment, and name is varchar of 100 not null, password is varchar 100 not null, email is varchar 100 not null, and sex is the varchar 100 not null, and country is varchar 100 not null, and this ID is the primary key. First create the table in the MySQL database. Then come back to Eclipse, and here when I click add user, then the control should go to add user form.jsp. So when I click add user, the control goes to add user form.jsp. In the add user form.jsp, this is including the page user form.html. So it is including the user form.html. And what is this user form.html? It is nothing but add the new user. In order to add the new user, you have to take one form, and form action is add user.jsp. First is the name, input type is text, name equal to name, password, input type equal to password, name is password, then email, input type equal to email, name is email, then sex, input type equal to radio, name is sex, value is male or female, then country, select name equal to country, and there are some options given for the country here. Then this is the table created and end the form. Once you submit this form, the form action should go to add user.jsp. So the control goes to add user.jsp. Inside add user.jsp, JSP colon use bean id equal to u class equal to com.crud.user. The Pojo class has been configured in this add user.jsp, and int I equal to user DAO dot save. Then it goes to user DAO save method. It goes to save method of user DAO. Then public static int save of user u object is created for user u. In status equal to 0, try begin, connection con equal to get connection, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement of write the query here, insert query. Insert into register, name, password, email, sex, country, the values, and parameters are given are 5 parameters. Then the values which are set into the bean class are stored in the prepared statement object. That is ps.setString of 1 comma u.getName. The name which is stored in the user object is again stored into the prepared statement object. Then once you store all the values into the prepared statement object, then return the status. Once you return the status, it goes back to add user, and here that is stored in this integer I. If I is greater than 0, then response.send redirect add user success.jsp. Then once the record is inserted, then it goes to add user success.jsp and record successfully saved. Then again include the page user form HTML, user form.html. It goes back to user form HTML. Then in order to view all the records, when you click this view all records, it goes to view users.jsp. Then it goes to view users.jsp. Inside view users, create one object for the list here. Okay. Create one object for list and list equal to user dot get all records. Then get it goes to user do method of get all records method. Then it goes to here get all the records. It goes to get all the records method of user do. And this is the method of get all records. Public static list get all records. Then list create an instance for list and create an array, object for array list because list is an interface, array list is a class here. Then try begin connection con equal to get connection, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement. In order to view all the records, you should write the query select start from register. Then results at rs equal to ps dot execute query. Once this query is executed, the records are stored in rs. Then it will check the condition while rs dot next. If any next record is there, then create an object for the user u equal to new user. Then the records which are stored in the result set are set into this project bean class object u. Then add that bean class object to the list. Then it will again go back to view users. Then it is stored in this list object. Then request dot set the attribute for this list. Then take one table border equal to 1 width 90%. Then display the headings ID, name, password, email, sex, country, and edit and delete options. Then C colon for each items equal to dollar of list variable equal to u. Then u dot get id. You get the items from this object u and display the items. Display the records. And if you want to edit, once you click the edit button, it goes to edit form.jsp. Once it goes to edit form.jsp, then the ID is accessed from the previous file through request.get parameter of ID and stored in string ID. Then user u equal to user do dot get record by ID. It goes to user do class of get record by ID method. Then get record by ID. This is the method of integer ID is passed here. Then user u equal to null, connection con equal to get connection, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement. In order to edit or update, first you need to write the query select start from register where ID equal to. First you need to select the particular record. For that purpose, you need to write this query. Then ps dot set int of 1 comma id. Then result set rs equal to ps dot execute query and the result is stored in rs while rs dot next. If it has any next record, then u equal to new user. Then whatever the values are stored in rs, those are again stored into this user object u. Then it goes back to the edit form.jsp and it is stored in this user object u. Then in this edit form, once you then the value is displayed here in this form. The values are displayed in this form, and once you say submit for this form, then the action goes to edit user.jsp. Then once you go to edit user.jsp, here int I equal to user dot update of you. Then the update method is called. User DAO's update method is called. Then what is the update method? Where is the update method? And this is the update method for user DAO. Public static int update of user u in status equal to 0. Try begin connection con equal to get connection. Prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement of write the query for update. Update table name is register, set name equal to question mark, password equal to question mark, email question mark, sex country where ID equal to. Then ps dot set string 1 comma u dot get name. Whatever values are stored in the u object, store into the prepared statement. and that goes back to this edit user.jsp, and that is stored in this integer I. Then response.send redirect view users.jsp. Then it goes back to view users. Then you can, if you want to delete, then if you click on the delete button, it goes to the delete user.jsp. Inside delete user, it goes to user DAO.delete method of user DAO. Where is the delete method? This is the delete method of user DAO, public static in delete of user view, in status equal to 0, try begin. Connection con equal to get connection, then prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement. For delete, you need to write this query. Delete from register where id equal to. Then ps dot set int of 1 comma u dot get id. Get that id from the bean object, store it into the prepared statement object. Then status equal to ps dot execute update. Once you result is stored in the status, then response.send redirect to view users.jsp. It again goes back to view users.jsp. So this is about the CRUD application. Hope you understood. I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class I'm going to explain about registration form, how to build a registration form using JSP. For creating registration form, you must have a table in the database, and you can write the database logic in the JSP file. But separating it from the JSP page is better approach. So we are going to use a DAO, registration DAO, factory method, DTO, and singleton design patterns. There are many files like index.jsp for getting the values from the user, and user.java is a bean class that have properties and setter and getter methods. The next is the process.jsp is a JSP file that processes the request and calls the methods. Provider.java is an interface that contains many constants like driver class, connection URL, username and password, and connection provider.java is a class that returns an object of connection. It uses the singleton and factory method design pattern. Next is the register DAO.java is a DAO class that is responsible to get access to the database. So we'll go to the example now. First of all, you need to go to MySQL database and create the table for create table user 432 with name varchar of uh, okay, with name varchar and email varchar and password varchar. This is the table. And then go to My Eclipse. First, create a dynamic web project for registration. Inside the source, create one package called com.register. And here you are having this connection provider.java is the class, provider.java, register DAO.java. This register DAO.java is for connecting with the database. This class is written for connecting with the database, and user.java is the bean class, which is having the properties like string, username, password, and email, and the setters and getter methods. And we also have index.jsp and also process.jsp. And if you see web.xml inside webin folder, this web.xml contains welcome file lists. Two welcome file lists are there, index.jsp and process.jsp. First, the control enters from web.xml to index.jsp. Here we need to enter the username, email and password. Then once you submit after entering these values, the form action goes to process.jsp. Once the control goes to process.jsp, here in status equal to register DAO dot register of object. It goes to register DAO application of register method. It goes to register DAO of register method. This is the register method. Public static int register of user u. Begin int status is assigned to 0. Try begin connection con equal to connection provider dot get con. Prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement, and this is the query for registration. For registration, you need to insert the values into the table. This table, particular table which we have created. that is insert into user 432 values, and there are three parameters: name, email, and password. So you need to put three question marks here. And the values which are it will get the values from the bean class, that is ps.setString of 1 comma u dot get name means it will get the username from the bean class and it will set into the prepared statement object. Then status equal to ps dot execute update. This query is going to execute. Then this again goes back to this process.jsp, and here the result will be stored in the status. If status is greater than 0, then out.print you are successfully registered. Okay, so we'll run this application. Just go to index.jsp, right click on this application, simply say run as, run on the server. Then click on select the Tomcat server, then select the particular registration example and say finish. Then for name, you can enter some name as Tiger, and email ID is tiger at yahoo.com. You can give some password also for this. Then say register. Once you say register, you are successfully registered. How do you verify that you are registered or not? Go back to MySQL table and write the select query here, whether you are registered or you can check whether you are registered or not. You can check whether you are registered or not by writing the select query here. Okay, you are registered with tiger at yahoo.com and tiger. So this is how you can write the program for registration. So hope you understood, and I'll continue in the hope you understood. I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class, I am going to discuss about login form. In this example of creating login form, we have used the DAO, that is data access object, factory method, and DTO, data transfer object design patterns. And there are many files like index.jsp, login.jsp for getting the values from the user, login process.jsp, which is a JSP file that processes the request and calls the methods. And next, login bean.java, a bean class that have properties and setter and getter methods. Then connection provider.java, a class that is okay, provider.java is an interface that contains many constants like driver class, connection URL, username, and password. And connection provider.java is a class that is responsible to return the object of the connection. It uses the singleton and factory method of design pattern. The next is the login DAO.java is the DAO class that verifies the email and password from the database. Then logout.jsp it invalidates the session, and profile.jsp provides simple message if user is logged in, otherwise forwards the request to the login.jsp page. So I'll show you the example for this. Okay, I'll show you the example for this login form. First, you need to create a dynamic web project and name it as login. Inside source, you can create a package called as form.login. Inside this package, I have three classes: connection provider.java, which contains the driver name as com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver, and connection URL is jdbc mysql /localhost 3306. Servlets is the database name, and username is jdbc, password is jdbc. This connection provider gives the connection to the database. And next is the login bean is the bean class, which contains the properties as string, email, and password, and some setter and getter methods. And next is the login DAO class, which contains the coding for connecting to the database. And we have index.jsp, login.jsp, and login process.jsp. And inside the web.xml, I have configured this welcome file list, the welcome file list, index.jsp, login.jsp, and login process.jsp. First, the control enters from web.xml to index.jsp. Inside the index.jsp, I have created three links for login, logout, and profile. Once you click login, then the control enters the page redirects to login.jsp. So the page goes to login.jsp. Inside login.jsp, string profile message equal to string of request or get attribute of profile message. If profile message is not equal to null, out.print profile message. And string login underscore message equal to request dot get attribute of login message. If login message not equal to null, then out.print login message. Then a form is there here. With input type is text, name is email, and input type is password, name is password. Once you submit this form, the form action goes to login process.jsp. Inside the login process.jsp, boolean status equal to login DAO.validate of object. So this redirects to login DAO class of validate method. It goes to validate method, and this is the validate method. Public static boolean validate of login bean object is bean. Boolean status equal to false. Then try begin connection con equal to connection provider dot get connection. Prepared statement bs equal to con dot prepare statement. Select star from user port 32 where email equal to question mark and password equal to question mark. In order to validate in order to log into the form or log into the application, it writes the select query and it checks for the validation whether the email and password are entered are correct, are matching with the email and password entered in the database. Then whatever email and password is stored in the bean object, that is stored into the prepared statement object. Then next result set rs equal to ps dot execute query. Once this query executed, result is stored in result set object rs. Status equal to rs dot next. Then it again goes back to login process and the result is stored in status. If status, then out dot println you are successfully logged in. Then session dot set attribute session comma true. If you are successfully logged in, then it prints the message you are successfully logged in. If you are not, if you are entered a password or email error, then it says out.print sorry email or password error. So hope you understood this login application. So I'll continue in the next class. Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. In this class I'm going to explain how to download a file. In this example, we are going to download any file. It may be JSP file or a text file or anything. But you may download any file, and for downloading the file from the server, you should specify the content type named as application or octet string. So I'll show you the example for how to download the file. First, create a dynamic web project. Name it as download, and inside the source, create one package com.download. And here I have taken two files, download.jsp and index.jsp. And inside web.xml, I have configured these two files, index.jsp and download.jsp, inside welcome file list. First, the control enters from web.xml to index.jsp. Here I have taken one link, download the JSP file. Once I click the link, you can download any file, not only JSP file. So once you click this link, download the file, then the page redirects to download.jsp. Inside the download.jsp, I'm taking the file as file.txt. I'm downloading this file.txt, and this is located in D drive. So file name is file.txt, file path is D drive, and response.set content type as application or octet string. Then response.set header content disposition attachment comma file name equal to file name. Then java.io.file input stream equal to new java.io.file input stream of file path plus file name. In order to download a file, first you need to read the file. So that's why I'm using this file input stream. I'm creating an object for file input stream. Then int I, while I equal to file input stream dot read not equal to -1. If the file is not null, then out dot write of I. So just go to index.jsp right click on the application, say run as, and run on the server. Select the Tomcat server, and just select the appropriate project, download and say finish. Then you will get the link as download.jsp file. Once you click this link, you will get the file text. Once I open, you can see this file. So this is about the downloading the file. So hope you understood, and this is the last class for the JSP, and I'll meet you in the other classes. So okay, thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Today I'm going to explain a servlet project, and the project name is Baby Care Servlet. So first create a dynamic web project known as Baby Care Servlet. And inside the source folder, create one package com.javapoint.bean. And this bean, this inside the com.javapoint.bean, create one bean class that is baby.java, which contains the properties of int id, string name, meaning, sex, religion, and some setters and getter methods. And this is the bean class or the Pojo class. And next package is the create one more package known as form.java tpoint.davo. And here it contains a baby davo class .java file, which contains the code for connecting to the database. And you have create one more package com.java tpoint.servlets and create some other files in this. First, always the control starts from the index.html. This index.html contains the navbar with menu given as home, baby names, tips, food, product, and admin. So once you click on the admin, the control goes to the admin URL of admin.java. So this admin URL is indicated using @webservlet of /admin. And if session equal to null or session.get attribute of admin login equal to null, then begin. Request.get request dispatcher of admin login form.html dot include request comma response. So then the control goes to the, if the session is null, then control goes to the admin login form.html. So where is the admin login form.html? And here one form is created here. Here it asks for the name and the password. That is input type equal to text, label for name equal to name, input type equal to text, name equal to name, and ID equal to name one. Again, label for password, input type equal to password, name is password, and ID equal to password one. Then once you say submit, then this name and password are going to be submitted to admin authenticator. Here the URL is admin authenticator, so it goes to admin authenticator.java. And the URL for this admin authenticator is denoted with using web servlet @webservlet/admin authenticator. Then the name and password which we submitted in this admin login form are acquired in this file using request.get parameter of name and password and stored in string name and password. If name dot equals admin and password dot equals admin123, then HTTP session equal to request.get session. And session dot set attribute admin login is true. That is, if the name is equal to admin and password equal to admin123, then admin is successfully logged in. Then request control goes to request.get request dispatcher admin home. Then control goes to admin home.java. Inside admin home, we are having admin add baby name form. If you want to add baby name, then when you click on this add baby name, it goes to add baby name form. Add baby name form.java, and it is denoted with the URL @webservlet/add baby name form. And here if session equal to null or session.get attribute of admin login equal to null, then again you need to log in for admin, that is control is transferred to admin login form.html. If you are already, if admin is already login, then the control goes to request.get request dispatcher add baby name.html. So it goes, since admin is already logged in, the control goes to add baby name.html. Here one more form is created here, and the fields given inside this form are label for name and input type is text. Name is name and ID is name1. Label for meaning, input type is text, name is meaning, ID is meaning1. Label for sex, input type is sex is denoted with radio button, input type is radio, name is sex, value is boy, and one more input type equal to radio, name is sex, and value is girl. Then one more label for religion, it is denoted using the select option, select option. That is select name equal to religion, and some options are given here. And once you say submit, the control is transferred to add baby name. So control is transferred to add baby name dot java. And this is denoted with the URL at the rate web servlet of add baby name. Then here you once you add the baby name, okay, like the parameters which is submitted in this add baby name.html are acquired to this Java file using request.get parameter and stored in this name, meaning, string name, meaning, sex and religion. Then create an object for baby bean class. Baby b equal to new baby. Then the values which are then the values which you stored here then are stored into this baby bean object. Then in status equal to baby DAO dot save of b. Then it goes to save method of baby DAO. And inside the save method of baby DAO, connection in status equal to 0, try begin. Connection con equal to get con, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement. Insert into baby name, name, meaning, sex and religion, values, question mark. Four parameters are there, so you need to denote four question marks. Then the values which are stored in the baby bean object are again stored into this prepared statement object. Then status equal to ps dot execute update. Then this query is executed and the result is stored in the status. Then again the control is transferred back here and the result is stored in the status, and if condition is checked if status is greater than 0, that is if at least one record is inserted, then baby added successfully. Then the control is transferred to add baby name form.html. If you are not able to add the baby name, then unable to add the baby is displayed. Then if you want to view the baby name, then again the control goes back to this add baby name. And if you want to view the baby name, here if you click the view baby name, then control transfer to view baby name. View baby name.java. Inside view baby name.java, you can view baby name by religion, view baby name by religion equal to Hindu, religion equal to Muslim, religion equal to Sikh, and religion equal to Christian. And if you click on the view baby name, then the uh, it will here the list instance is created here. List equal to baby DAO dot get all records. Control goes to baby DAO get all records method of baby DAO. Then inside this get all records, inside this get all records, list instance is created. List instance list equal to object for array list is created. New array list. Then try begin connection con equal to get con. Prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement. How do we view the baby names? By writing the query. Select start from baby name. Then result set rs equal to ps dot execute query. Then this query is executed and the result is stored in the result set object rs. Then the condition is checked while rs dot next. If the result set contains any next record, then the baby bean object is created. Baby b equal to new baby. Then whatever records are stored in RS, they are stored in the baby bean object and it is added to the list. Then the control is again transferred here and control is transferred here, view baby names, and then the result is stored in this list. Then the out.print table is printed here with name, meaning, sex, and religion. Then the bean object, baby bean, for each loop is used here, baby b colon list. Then whatever values records are stored in the baby bean object, those are acquired here using b dot get id, b dot get name, b dot get meaning, b dot get sex, and b dot religion. Then again, if session equal to null or session dot get attribute of admin login equal to null, then out dot println delete. If you want to delete, if you click on the delete button, then the URL is transferred to delete baby name. Delete baby name goes to delete baby name, and inside delete baby name, string SID equal to request.get parameter. The ID is acquired using request.get parameter and stored in SID, and it is converted to integer using integer.parsing. Then the delete method of baby DAO is called here. Then again control goes to baby DAO delete method. Inside the delete method, in status equal to 0, try begin, connection con equal to get con, prepared statement ps equal to con dot prepared statement, and delete query is written here. Delete from baby name where id equal to. Then ps dot set int of 1 comma id. Then the id is stored in the prepared statement object, and status equal to ps dot execute update. This query is executed and result is stored in the status. Then the control is again transferred back to delete baby name, and then response dot send redirect to view baby name. Then again after deleting the remaining records you can view by using view baby name. So this is the project, and I will show you the output of this project. First the control starts from index.html. You can right click on this index application and click run as run on server, and select the Tomcat server, then select the appropriate project BabyCare servlet and say finish. Then this is the index page of the BabyCare servlet. Then once you click the menu bar here, first you need to log into the admin, and the username for admin is admin, and the password for admin is admin123. Then once you log in, then there are three options here: add baby name, view baby names, and login. First you can add the baby name by giving some names here. You can enter the values here and say add baby name. Then baby is added successfully. Then you can view the baby names, whether you can check whether your baby name is added or not. So my baby name is added here. Name is Priya, meaning is lovely, and sex is girl, religion is Hindu. If I want to delete any baby name, just if I click delete, then my baby name will be deleted. So remaining three records are there. So this is the BabyCare project, and you can also view the baby names in alphabetical order. That is, if I click on P, then the name with starting with P will be displayed. There is only one record starting with P, and you can sort using the religion also: Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, and Christian. And there are other menu here, like tips, tips are given for the babies here, and food, the food given to the baby, healthy baby food which is to be given to the babies, and the product baby care products are given here. So this is about the baby care servlet, and you need to log out from the admin. If you can log out, you are successfully logged out. Then this is about the baby care servlet project. Hope you understood. So I'll continue in the next video.